and welcome to another inspiring episode of Career Success. It is the show that brings you one-on-one with exceptional individuals whose journeys inspire and motivate us all. This is the Achievement Channel, and we are reaching you live from our studios at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. I am Christine Davis, and today we are delving into the world of agriculture and entrepreneurship with a remarkable guest. Joining us is Taiwo Oshinowo, founder, CEO of Tima Farms, an enterprise established in 2016 with the mission to promote food security and reduce hunger in Nigeria. But that's not all. Taiwo is also a certified human resource specialist with a background in industrial relations and personnel management from the University of Lagos. She completed the Road to Growth program by the Creasy Blair Foundation for Women, as well as the intensive training in sustainable farming through the Lagos State Agricultural Development Authority. In addition to running her farm, Taiwo is deeply committed to community development. Her Outgrower program trains and empowers women and youth in her community to acquire skills in cassava and tomato processing, helping them become financially independent and contributing to the value chain. We are super thrilled to have her here with us to share her journey and her expertise. Taiwo, you are most welcome to Career Success.
Thank you for having me.
You know, I'm so excited about this interview. I'm so excited about this program. I'm really glad that we have people like you still in Nigeria. As I was saying earlier, I mean, someone looking at, if I'd seen you before now without your profile, I would have been, okay, who is this, ordinary Nigerian? But reading through your profile and seeing the amount of work you do, I mean, on social media, you are a superwoman. And I really hope that our viewers out there that are watching us would take a thing or two, in short, take so much more out of this conversation that we're going to have. You're most welcome. So let's dive into the conversation, Taiwo.
Okay.
Where did this all start from? Take us to your background from school. What is the history of this?
Well, I would say if anybody told me that I will become a farmer, I would say, come of it. How can I do a farming job? Well, I know that my grandparents, my mom, they were also a farmer. So how will I go back to that profession when I knew that there is no more money in it?
In farming?
In farming, yes. That was my thought then, because I could relate that. My grandparents, my parents doing farming, I could see the difference between us and other families, how they are doing so well when it comes to white-collar job. So during my school days or after my schools, I can never thought of or imagine that I will also go into that profession. So back to your question. When I finished school, and I could say that there was no job, no employment. And my husband came home one night like that. He said, Taiwo, there was a link. They call it Empower. Just open and read through and see what we can do with it. Instead of just sitting down at home, I said, Empower. What is the benefit? What's the pay? He said, just open and see. I read through. I could see that it's a training that will last for 2 years. And it's in the 4 phases. There is M-Agro, N-Teach, N-Health, and N-Tax. I call myself together that I cannot do N-Agro. Let me do N-Teach. At least if they trained us, I'll be able to teach maybe GSS1, business studies, or social science, or whatever. My husband said, how can you take teacher? Take Agric. I said, Agric. What will I do with Agric? Remember, my mom, my grandfather, they were farmer. So I know what it takes. I can't do it. I stay here in Lagos. No land. So how do you want me to go through that process again? He said, okay, just put in for Agric. I put in. I listened to him that year. So 2 years, they taught us so many things in Agric related to poultry, fishery, crops, agribusiness. So it now depends on you if you want to do the whole phases. But I decided to focus on crop production because it's less monitoring, It's giving time for my family, and also I can able to navigate my time, my family, and also for myself. So even if I try to go into poultry, that one is needed at 100% of your time. So I have to focus on crop production. So before I focus on crop production, there is something that came to my mind that my grandfather used to say, when food is out of poverty, then poverty is finished. Then I now relate that if I thought I can start doing like just only tomatoes, vegetables, and some other little things. In fact, even if it is not for sales, for my personal use, if I put all this together, we can live on it. So immediately during the program, I started with a 1 plot of land with cassava plantation. Then before you know it, I started little by little. Then I reached out to all my bosses. In fact, thank God for a fantastic staff in Lagos State Agricultural Development Authority.
Oh, wow.
They really welcome us with all their harms, their experience, their networking. Though everything is not about money, I kept on saying this, it doesn't come in form of monetary value, but what they gave us that time, it's more than giving us cash that, oh, take this. But the knowledge, the networking, the connectivity, it's a top notch. So immediately during that period, in fact, before I started harvesting on my farm, during their networking stuff, they network with other co-farmers, experienced farmers. Walk to them, sir, your produce, how do you do it? How do you go about it? I want to be off-taking from you. Before you know it, I started off-taking from those farmers, off-taking from them. So before my own came out, I was able to gain my ground when it comes to marketing. So by the time my own is out like this, I was able to sell off all my produce. In fact, sometimes I'll start taking from my colleague too that, sir, do you still have this, we have that, because I have market for it.
Incredible.
So I just told my one of my boss, Mrs. Ojo, I kept on, I will never forget her. In any place I am today, I will never forget her. So she will call me, Taiwo, how do you want to go about this? How do you want to do your production? During those times, it wasn't easy, I won't lie to you. Where they deployed us, I could remember during 2016, when the Empower started. I stay in Ikoyi Obalende here. They deployed me to Ekpe. So every day I go from Obalende here to Ekpe for my PPA, place of primary assignments. So we will go there every fortnight. Then they deploy me to, if I don't go to Ekpe, I will go to Ikota to go and see the farmers, disseminate information that have been aggregated by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture through the extension farmers, because we are the extension officers. So we try to have a word to heart to them, how to go about their production. But me, I do not go there as an officer. I go there as a learner. That's it, sir, because they are mamas. Sir, if I want to plant ugu today, how do I go about it? So they will open their mind to tell me the step-by-step procedure on how to plant, on how to nurture, on how to go to the market, even the challenges on the farms. They will try, even the markets, they will relate everything with me, because I do not go there because as a, I know it all.
Wow. Okay, so you know, the attitude that you have even towards learning. Look at me thinking that Empower did not give any success, because I also applied for Empower.
Really?
I think I applied, but you see, that's the thing about you. My own, when I was applying for Empower, it was to go and get money. Because, you know, they had a stipend of some sort.
You know, I said something the other time that it's not, everything is not about money, because the knowledge they impacted. I'm not saying this because I want to credit government, but the knowledge I acquired,
story,
yes, that I acquired, I can say that it's more than the money that they might have offered me that time.
Wow.
Because I'm making as in double of that. You understand?
Viewers, you know, I just want to say we're going to look at the amount of work she does, which also speaks to her attitude. You see her in rice farms with water up to here.
Yes.
You know, navigating through bushes.
That is it.
I mean, but let's take a look at that, and then when we get back, we'll get more insight from her at the studio. You're still watching the Achievement Channel, and this is Career Success. We'll be right back.
Search and search before we could get perfect sites of perfect farmland for our rice production, because rice need water. There are some stages that rice need water for it to grow well, and if not, everything will just will not grow or germinate. So from the upland side, we have to come here. So these are the water has been helping us to grow our further rice. So over 3 months now, I've been hiding this. I've been doing this. We've been putting hands together for it to be successful, because I would like to is our first production, and we need to be very, very careful with it. We don't know if it's going to be out well, or how do I put this. So we thank God everything came out as we planned, as we expected. Time, harvest time. What's today? Today is Thursday. I told you to place your order before today. It's harvest time at Timar Farms. You know what? Every Mondays and Thursday remain our harvest day at Timar Farms. Don't mind me, I have to take this. Let me show you. The sweet corn.
Welcome back, and you can see the attitude that she has even on her farm. I've seen you going around harvesting, even eating your sweet corn on your farm. Yeah. So right now, how many farm produces come out of your farm? I've seen gari, I've seen your sweet corn, I've seen your bell peppers, those juicy bell peppers that you have. I've seen, so like, what variety of produce?
Well, we have varieties of produce on our farm, and there is one for the seasonal farming. Then there is one that we always have on a weekly basis. For instance, sweet corn. Sweet corn, we have it every week. We plant every week and we harvest every week.
Every week?
Yes, yes, yes.
You plant
every week and we harvest every week.
Okay.
So it's because we don't want to run at when the customers ask for us, and we kept on telling them that we don't have a produce. So we structure ourselves in the sense that when a customer asks for a corn, we'll be able to deliver anytime. So we harvest twice in a week, Mondays and Thursdays. So that is twice in a week. So, and we have cassava.
I've seen ofada rice as well.
Ofada rice and cassava, they are seasonal produce. We harvest that one once in a year. So once we are in a season right now. So once we in a season, we process. Then once it's off season, that's all. And our gari, we also harvest and process ourselves. There was a time we do sell out to people in industrial companies for internal industrial, for alcohol and the likes. But now we produce our gari ourselves, because we realize that there are a lot of, limited supplies in the market. This makes gari to be highly expensive. So we decided to do processing ourselves. At least everybody can have access to cassava. There was a reason for that, but I don't know, maybe it's another topic for that. What caused the shortage or limited of gari in the market at the moment?
Gari is 4,000 per pint.
It's even more than that
right now,
because in our farm we do strictly gari Jebu, and gari Jebu is a quality one. You can't compare gari Jebu with other gari, and it's expensive in the market.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Let's go back to some of your professional training.
Okay.
I know that you have media strategy and sustainable farming training. How has that helped you in your success?
I would like to. It has helped a lot, because I can say that when you are in a particular field, if you don't invest in yourself, that means you can never grow. You will just remain. You will think that you are doing better for yourself. Let's look at when I took up a course on marketing and strategy, because remember I said my grandparents were a farmer, and I could see that the growth in them, it's not something that can be boasted of, that I also want to take up this profession.
You were just local farmers.
Thank you. So now when we bring in all these ideas, the creativity, the innovation, it's really bringing this business for the top notch. Even my mom, I forgot to mention that when I told her that I want to go into farming, she was crying that look at the child that I suffered to raise, to train in school with
you
this,
want to go back
and you want to go back to this. You understand? And now if I tell her that I'm not doing a particular crop for this season, it will be the one to be advising me. No, Taiwo, how will you do that? Let's say, okay, it's just that I will be the one to be in charge of this. That kind of thing. So I could say that that training really helped. It helped me to scale up for growth, and that is why you are meeting me here. If I don't do all those training, this and that, definitely achievement might not come to me today to come and see, okay, let's hear from you.
You are a successful farmer. You are.
Thank
Okay, so let's
you.
look at the various organizations that you've worked with. You've worked with Lagos State Agricultural Agency.
Agency.
You've also worked with a National Homegrown Feeding Program.
Yes.
Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, it's, you know, as a farmer, they will engage with us to be supplying them all the farm fresh produce directly to the schools, because there was, if you remember, okay, I don't know, maybe you know about it, when the government started the homeschool feeding, whereby they engage all farmers to be supplying their produce, because they know that what is coming directly from farm are quality and nutritious compared to something they don't know the basis, or they don't know the foundation where the food is coming from. So related to the Empower program, I was one of the independent monitors whereby they engaged me when I finished my NYM Empower training, because they could select some of the like-minded that are really top of that training to also engage us to monitor the activities of others beneficiaries coming in. Mentors to them, exactly. So we monitor them when it comes to their training, monitor their activities, their welfare, and also the teachers that taught maybe in the area of NTeach. So it's, like I said, it's a different phases. So like now, I go to them, know what their activities is all about, know what they do, know if they are being paid on time, know their records of attendees, whether they are present or not. And if there is any challenges, I bring it on board to discuss it with the right stakeholders.
Wow. So you've moved from N-Agro, you are now on NTeach. In short, you are everywhere.
Everywhere. Because as their coordinator, because I was the coordinator for Etiosa local government.
The entire local government.
Yeah, entire Etiosa local government. You know, we have 20 local governments in Lagos State.
Yes.
So Etiosa local government, I'm their coordinator then. So I have to move around to see if the program is being monitored, is being coordinated according to the plan from the federal states, because then it was we are working for federal government at
so you
that
were working
time.
for the federal government.
Federal government.
Somebody that was looking for a job.
For job, yes.
And now you have been contracted as a coordinator by the federal government.
Yes, and also doing my own farming stuff.
Just look at that.
Yes.
You know what? We'll be back after this short break. There's so much more to unpack on this episode of Career Success. I wish we don't even finish, but you know what? Let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back to Career Success. We still have Taiwo at the studio. This is the Achievement Channel, and we are reaching you live from our School of Eloquence studio right here in Lagos. Taiwo, I will start calling you Minister of Agriculture, because I don't even think the Minister of Agriculture, you know, but what I'm saying is that the impact of the work that you are doing is just phenomenal.
Thank you.
I can say that over and over again. So let's look at the Outgrower program. I understand that it focuses heavily on women and youth.
Yeah.
And that, you know, it has to do with agriculture, like also strengthening the food security in Nigeria. Please talk about that.
Well, like I said earlier on, when I started, it's not just about to teach you how to plant alone. It's to teach you how to go about, know the in and outs about the whole industry. From the point of your site selection, to the point of sourcing for your seed, for the point of planting, for the point of marketing. So you have to navigate it all. So I want to, myself as a case study, when I started, I have no idea. In fact, fine, I have the background of farming, but farming not the same. Because the one that we are talking about is about when it comes to modern mechanized farming.
Yes.
We use irrigation on our farm because you asked me that time that we plant every week and we harvest every week, because with the help of irrigations, this makes us to plant all year round, rain or no rain. We are planting, we are producing, we are giving out produce for our communities so that they would not run or shortage of food. This makes us to be up of our whatever we are doing. So back to your questions. The Empower program is not just a program that anybody can just say, oh, it's meant for national cake. It's not about national cake. If you are the person that is well determined that I want to grow with this, so definitely you will grow. So when it comes to agribusiness, you can decide to go into, even if you don't have a farm of yourself. There are some people among me, like my colleagues, they decide to be in the marketing department, of take from the production, the farmers, because they will tell you that you cannot do it all. You cannot be the producer and be the marketer and also be in the processing. So like my Gary now, I told you I farm my cassava myself. So there should be another department that will take it for me for another processing. Once they finish processing, another people will take it over to do marketing. So, but now, me, I'm doing all the three. I'm the producer, I'm the processor, and I'm also into the marketing. Because I realized that in agribusiness, if you are not into processing, you are not making it big.
Wow.
Yes. I learned that in processing, you get more money in processing than to off-take. It has happened to me in the past whereby one of the off-takers, directly or indirectly, I can say he robbed me.
Okay.
He robbed me because when he came to me to buy, to bought tons of cassava from me at the rate of 33,000 naira, I think about 4 or 5 years ago. Yes. So I later get to know that, yes, you can blame me for that I do not do my market research well, which I accepted that I didn't do my market research well. So I later find out that it's selling at the rate of 50,000 naira. And I sold at 33,000 naira. So, well, that is it. But when I now convert it to the processing stage, you could see the double money I will make. So a bag of Gary is selling at the rate of 75,000 naira now. If I'm to sell to you, I might not make up to like 50,000 naira as a tubers. Do you get? So in Empower as a whole, as a farmer, there are a lot of things I've learned, which I also urge every other people that wanted to go into farming to see it as not just I want to plant, to see it as a life, as a survivor.
You know, this story that you just shared right now talks about your challenges, some of the challenges. You have a fantastic success story.
Thank you.
But let's because I know that every successful story has challenges. Because I know that you cannot just, it's not a bed of roses. It can never be. Okay?
Yeah,
so
of course.
Let's just talk about, for the people that are going through these challenges right now, if you could share, what are those challenges that you had from the beginning?
Let me change my position because the challenges, if I start, we don't have much time. I'll first of all start with land, accessibility of land. First of all, because I've experienced it and I still have some people that is still in that issue at the moment. You see, farming now, there are some lands that we know that is meant for agricultural purposes.
Yes.
It's not really so now. You will see that real estate, I'm sorry because I kept on saying this on my page, that real estate have taken all over the land that is meant for agricultural purposes. Developer, thank you. Because that is number one. My colleague, even me, I've planted on a land of, as in not acres, as in acres, that they just got there and uproot what we have on the land. You don't say? Yes. Uproot everything. That this land has been sold to so. So if you want any agreement, just go and meet them and have the new contract, you know. And those ones cannot wait, so they have to uproot. And that is number one. Number two, laborers. How to get a commitment as in that we see your job as your own. Not to talk of a young lady trying to see something to do for ourselves. Some of them will look at you like, see the ones that is not even older to my last born. You want to order me around to do this. You know, as a young girl growing up or trying to do something, and you are in power or engaging somebody that can be your grandparents as your staff. You know, you don't, sometimes I can say I don't have the control over them. If you ask them to do this, they'll tell you, once she leave like this, they will also find their way. They don't see, that is what I can say when it comes to labors. They do things as they want. You will plant down like this, and before you know it, your co-workers that you are meant, that he or she meant to be on the farm at the time of harvesting or weeding, you will not get them on the farm. Even to see them, it's another problem. Aside that, finance, Yoruba people will say, anybody, any business, it requires money. If you don't have money, you could see that, oh, Taiwo is doing very well. He has everything. But there are some times that we need to, maybe I want to diversify. I want to expand. I want to go into some processing. Like this ofada rice that we are doing now. I can tell you, a lot of people walk us to me that, come and sell paddy to me, I want to process. But if I look at my pocket that, I don't have enough money to process this, let me sell it out. But if I have money, I'll be able to process to whatever tons of rice that I want or I wish to have within this circle. But because of that, we could not fly, as in the way we want it. So I can say finance, labor, that is human capital, land, and security.
That's a big one, because I was going to ask you about that. How are you coping with
security? Well, I can say that we have hunters, because I'm a village girl. Yes, I'm a village girl. We have hunters. I have to engage them. Sir, please, if you want to monitor my farm for a certain period of time, and that time, maybe period that, you know, okay, I have to break this down. There is all this Fulani, you know, and there is other thefts that will just burst into your farm and harvest.
Food insecurity now.
I'm telling you.
I understand.
So, and once I just woke up to them that, sir, please, I want you to monitor this this farm for me for a certain period, because maybe when we realize that it's getting to harvest time, so I will have them on the farm to secure that space for me. So if not, before you know it, they will just come into your farm and harvest. They will not just say, it's not just by taking little to just eat.
No, they will harvest the
they
entire
will
farm.
harvest. Like, by the time you come back the next day, you just see everywhere cleared
on your behalf.
What is happening? So you get, so now this has been really helpful, that engage some local hunters, pay them at the end of the month. If it is wages, I pay them, then they secure the farm for me. Then when it comes to, though we've not experienced that in my locality where we farm, about Fulani esmen, so God will not let them reach our side.
Amen.
But
Amen.
For that, you know, there is hunger in the land, so we have to protect that by engaging some local farmers to look after the farm for us.
Okay, so very quickly right now, for the future, because right now you've done so well, where do you see Timah Farms in the next 5 years? Just
well, I hope and I wish to see myself, like, because now I forgot to tell you that we have a farm store here in Obalende. Okay. So every produce coming from farm comes to store, so that everybody can have access to food. It's not that, your farm is far, I cannot come. So I hope to see my farm across the 36 states in Nigeria.
Fantastic.
Yes. So have another branch here in Lagos. We're on island now, mainland, then maybe in Abuja, Port Harcourt, because those are the, because we do have a lot of orders from Port Harcourt, Abuja, Benin, in fact some Akwa Ibom, I don't know.
We're going to visit your store.
Thank you.
See. Okay, so very quickly right now, just in a minute, if you could just tell our viewers that are watching you and aspiring to also be farmers, do what you are doing, just in 1 minute, motivate them, inspire them. What do you have to tell them?
Well, I have to say that whatever they want to do, they should just be focused, be determined. There are a lot of challenges that will arise. You might be hearing from other farmers, maybe your mentors, that, oh, this is what they are facing, but I don't think I have the mind. You can do it. Forget about the challenges. In as much you are determined and you are focused, then, believe me, you will overcome it.
That's it. You've heard it all. You can overcome all of your challenges. We've had a fantastic time with you, Taiwo, at the studio. I really did not want this to end. But that's it for today on the episode Career Success. We've had Taiwo share her amazing work from Tima Farms, showing us that the power of passion, purpose, and community can make a real difference. We hope her story inspires you to pursue your dreams and make bold steps in your careers. Join us next time for more inspiring stories on career success. I'm Christine Davis. And remember, success starts with you. Bye for now.
Day. It's a beautiful day. Oh yeah, I know it's gonna be day.
Hello everyone, I am Oyin Priye Krumale and this is the Achievement Channel. Today we are in one of the most busiest districts in the city of Lagos, where the energy is as vibrant as the hustle, and we are here to ask questions from Lagosians on what keeps them moving forward amidst the daily grind in Lagos. It could be very tough living in Lagos in these harsh economic times. However, Lagosians keep pushing forward, so we are here to field question what keeps them pushing forward. What are the goals they are striving for? And what makes them think that they can look up to tomorrow?
Okay, so for me, it's a success. I want to be successful. I want to live the life that I want. The life that I want to take care of my parents, my family. I just want to be there for them. And that's what success is for me, actually. It's not about the cars, it's not about the houses or whatnot. I just want to live comfortable. I want to be able to help people. That's it for me. Okay. Well, I have the resilience. At least I've been through school 5 years. I graduated with a good result, and I believe anything is possible as long as I put my mind to it.
Basically, it's just family. So why I said family is because I know what my parents have been through to get me to where I am, and I also know where I'm coming from. So waking up in the morning, the first thing that comes to my head is how my papa and my mama go take their life now, waiting they go chop, all those kind of things. Yeah. Now we understand that the government is not so much good with pension. So instead of waiting for pension, you need to sort out yourself. And this my parents that I'm talking about, they are old, so that's one thing that pushes me. Also, I don't want to starve. Yeah, so if I don't stand up to work, nobody's going to give me free money. You hardly see someone that sends a guy free money without something in return, but that's how life is here. Why I mention guys is because I know some of my female friends that they can just enter anybody's DM now, voila. Guy, Alpha, I never chop, or what's up, and you see someone sending like 5k or 10k or something. But make me follow my normal guy, reason guy, Alpha. You feel something like, man, guy, everywhere dry. That's basically what you hear, yeah. So that's it. All right. And begging is really not my thing. So instead of me begging, I think I'd rather just make money with the little way I can. So basically, that's what keeps me going, not to beg, to eat. My goal in life right now is to just be one thing, to be the first and the only possible surviving sweetheart to my wife. That's when I get married. To be an amazing husband as well to her. To be the best father to my children, and also to be the best child to my parents. That's all.
Yeah, challenge is part of life, and then as human being, you are meant to face one difficulties or the other. And as also a citizen of Nigeria, we are born into the challenging world, and then the mindset is ability to move on. We need to achieve a goal at all time. For you waking up is an opportunity to also fight the more so that you can attain your desire. Yeah, one of the goals is to be one of a voice in my profession. To be one of those that said, oh, this is a voice, and which is a goal of every professional. And even in life, to be a responsible individual to himself and to the community and to the nation, and also to be a voice in the nation among many people. That is the goal.
So, first of all, like you said, Nigeria is a very hard place. If you don't motivate yourself to go out and fetch for yourself, I think hunger will kill you in the first place. I think not being hungry, as in that hunger to be comfortable, is what motivates me to go out every day to, fetch for myself. Me, first of all, I'm a fashionista. You can see me with my measuring tape.
It's very, very obvious.
Yeah, so I think my aim presently is just to be well known, like people like Yomi and maybe some of those high fashion standard guys. I want to reach that level too as well. So things are what I want to achieve at the moment. That's my aim.
Okay. Do you think you can achieve those in Lagos, and what makes you think so?
Yeah, actually, Lagos is basically where you can achieve that easily, because here you have people that have value for what you do. As long as you can give them what you really think you can do, there are people that are ready to pay for the value for what you can offer. So I think Lagos is the best place you can actually achieve.
It's inspiring to see how much determination keeps Lagosians going in the face of the myriad of challenges they face in their daily lives. From success to family life and to personal growth, everyone has got a reason to keep pushing forward. I am Oyin Priye Krumale, and from all of us at the Achievement Channel, we are saying, whatever your motivation is, hold tightly to it as you can, because that is the reason why you keep waking up every day and keep pushing forward.
Hello and welcome to Inspire Her, the ultimate destination for women's empowerment, right here on the Achievement Channel. My name is Ongma Helen Odele, and I'm thrilled to be here today and to be joined by my co-hosts on the show. We are in the studios of the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. Today we will be breaking barriers and shattering glass ceilings as we explore empowering women to lead in male-dominated industries. And joining me are two incredible women who embody the spirit of empowerment. Let's meet them right now. We have Olusola Mimo, a trailblazing farmer and coach at Okpe Farms, who's making waves in the industry. And we have Mrs. Clara Norom, a distinguished businesswoman who's paving the way for women in leadership. As Madam C.J. Walker once said, there is no royal flower-strewn path to success. Whatever success I have attained has been obtained by hard work. So today we will delve into overcoming gender bias, leadership styles, and the power of mentorship and sponsorship. Let's get started on this inspiring journey and explore how women can thrive in industries that are traditionally dominated by men, if there's anything like that. Hello and welcome once again.
Thank you.
It's so good to have you join me for this extraordinary conversation on how we can help to ginger and inspire our sisters out there in the business terrain.
Yeah.
So let's get to meet you. A minute. Introduce yourself in a better way than probably I have done.
Well, I'm Olushola Shewemimo. I went into organic farming when I realized that most of the food we're actually consuming had so much chemical in them. So I decided to know more, and I discovered that there was actually what you called organic food. And that got me inspired. I came back to Nigeria after learning of these at a conference in California, and I started Okwe Farms. Everybody I told that I wanted to farm, and they say, oh, what kind of farming? I say organic. I say, forget it. It's not possible. You can't do it, you know. And for me, when you say I can't do something, oh, wow. That's when you push me right into it.
That's why we're here.
Yes. So that's me in brief. And of course, having passed through the School of Eloquence, speaking is also my trade.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, the business are in.
So my name is Clara Norom, as you've rightly introduced me. I went into a part of business that it was actually my mother's original business. My mother was into oil and gas. Wow. And it was solely male dominated to that point. And then I remember in Port Harcourt it was so difficult for how would you be going into this kind of business? So my mother and one other lady, Mrs. Lasisi, Alaja Lasisi, were two of the millions of other men. So when I came to Lagos, I've been trying to figure it out. And then suddenly I ran into my friend's colleague who was in banking, and he had this model of retail gas shop. Okay. And I loved the mechanized way, simple, not the normal or usual thing that people do. I said I was interested. So yeah, I engaged him as my consultant. And when I started marketing it, and people were saying, oh, but you're a woman, but you're not from this particular tribe. How would you? I said, what has that got to do with success? And apart from what I do, the retail part of
oil and gas,
I'm a speaker. As a matter of fact, the School of Eloquence Ubong discovered me. Wow. And I'm glad to meet a mentor, a big sister, who has always inspired me, Mrs. Shewemimo.
Okay.
All right. To say that.
So there's a synergy when you talk success, you know, in being able to communicate your thoughts and your ideas fluently, with confidence, which we get from the School of Eloquence.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
And the drive and the special thing that is in a woman also to succeed. All right? Yeah. You've told me what inspired you into this. It's a family business, so to speak. Your mom started out. How about you? What inspired you into becoming a farmer?
I know. My grandfather was a farmer, and he was quite wealthy, contrary to what people feel that, oh, farmers are poor people. Not only that, my mom started growing quite a number of what we ate at home at the back garden. But what then really pushed me into the core farming organically was the fact that she died of cancer of the colon at the age of 72. And I then went on vacation to the US and got these, emails saying that there was a cancer conference in California. That was how I decided I was going. And my sister-in-law was like, that's a very expensive journey. I said, if it's going to take every penny, I want to know what this is about. Got there and then heard everybody talking about organic food. I interviewed over 40 people. I ran outside, I got a recorder, and I started recording them. What is this? How does it feel? What has been your journey? And that was how I came back to Nigeria. I said, if only in honor of my mom, I would set up an organic farm. But they all told me it was not possible. Up till now, people get to my farm and ask me for the boss. Who owns the farm? I said, oh, the shareholder is in Lagos.
But this
I'm
is
representing him.
You're so humble enough not to say outrightly, I am the boss.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay. So we're all smiling, the journey so far must have been very thrilling and exciting and fulfilling to some extent. But they're never without hitches here and there. Can we start with you? What are the challenges? At some point where you say, no, maybe the people who said, I shouldn't do this, were right.
Yes. For me, the first stumble was lack of knowledge. I didn't even know anyone who was doing organic farming. So that was a real setback for me. I would sit in the middle of the night listening to YouTube videos. I see a name mentioned in a newspaper. I would trace that person until I find him. Then I met a particular professor in Osun State who was interviewing in the papers, and I called him. I said, I need you because I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just losing money every day. And people have told me I would lose money. And he said, don't mind them. You will do it and you will succeed. Everybody needs that kind of push in their lives. That man, the first time I was a speaker at an event which was organized by the wife of the former vice president, he was in the audience.
Whoa.
I saw him and I said, Prof, what are you doing here? He said, when I saw the flyer
And I
that
saw
my
your name.
mentee was going to be a speaker at this kind of event, I knew I had to be there. So that was a low, but he raised the bar for me. And that is one of the things that I feel every woman in any sort of business need. We need each other. We need that mentorship. We need somebody to take you along and show you the ropes. This is how it's done.
All right. And quickly, let's hear some of the obstacles you have faced. Oil and gas is like a no-no for women.
One of the challenges I had was managing people you ask to come, engaging hands. One of the challenges of every business, and it's not have not to do with gender, is the fact that yes, people say there are no jobs, but people are also not willing to work. People are not they don't see a vision. So you're talking about a long-term growth for the business. They want immediate gains. And so you have people who steal, who have had so many people. I traveled out and the boy who was working for me stole from the supplier. And so that's been a challenge. But then men are succeeding. And so we are going to succeed.
We are already succeeding. We are already
so on the
succeeding.
path to success, we're already succeeding.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. So
We are.
for 5 years I've been in it, and I'm not giving up.
You can't give up. That's why we're on this show. We're on this show to let the sisters and mommies out there and our daughters out there to know that they really can never give up. So let's look at how the journey has been so far, how you have been able to navigate and overcome. We're talking about traditionally male-dominated, you know. What's happening with the guys, with our men? Are they encouraging us enough? Or the bias is also another huge challenge?
Okay, so I have a very supportive husband who is not afraid of anything. He gives me the support and all that. But I've also met buyers. I mean, when I'm in the shop, they're thrilled, especially male. In fact, they encourage the support I've gotten so far for my male customers who come, when they come to the shop, they begin to look at it. They ask questions. How did you come with this model? They appreciate it, they love it. And then for women, you know, we are always not too comfortable with each
one
other.
another. Is that true
So,
now?
and but they're coming
that
to
still
terms.
true?
They're coming to terms with there's nothing you can do. It's either you leverage on what she has or you go solo. So we need to break that barrier. See, when people talk about male, female, I don't see those barriers. I see that we women need to encourage ourselves. And like I said earlier, my sister here she's been a very, very good support. In fact, when I saw her, I would just say, goodness me, another encounter with her. So we need to, first of all, work with ourselves as women, accept who we are, and then the barrier is already broken.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Finance seems to be one of the key areas that discourage, especially the women, because economic empowerment is not, something that a lot of us are proud of. So, you didn't get a sponsorship.
No.
How? What was it that pushed you to be courageous enough to throw in what money you had to take off?
Let me be honest. I had to drag my husband into this sometimes he wonders, what exactly are you doing? You could still go back to your law, because I'm always pulling at him. But really, one of the things that has worked in my favor was the determination and the passion to succeed. One other thing is that now we have strong networks of women. I have associations that I belong to that we support each other. There's so many of them. I could name so many of them. We are now coming together, and surprisingly enough, even the banks are beginning to offer us training.
Because I was going to ask her that
yes,
question.
they're beginning to offer training. So it's no longer come and take this money. They will train you. They will empower you with the knowledge so that even when you get the money, you know what to do with it. But where I have my reservation is because I'm also a secondary producer, because I now process some of the things I produce. But as a primary producer, the risk is so high that people like us cannot depend on the kind of loans that those banks are willing to give. Agric is not a 2 + 2, you get 4. There was a break recently where there was no rain, and so many farmers lost what is in the ground. So we still need our banking industry to look into agric in a different way. My father was the first agric finance director at the CBN. And that was because he traveled the world and realized the quantum of support that farmers were getting. So he came back and made that proposition to the CBN, and they started that agric finance. But now we can't really say agric finance is what we farmers are empowered with, because the rates are too high. It's not working in our favor. They can do better. The risks are so high, most people would rather just avoid us.
Okay. So loans and sponsorships and all of that for oil and gas, especially for women, how easy is it?
So, very difficult, and it's a part that I wouldn't want to trade. Because, but I get some training from Zenith Bank, and on how to run a business and all that. But approaching them for facilities, no, because the conditions are too stringent. And I said, look at this time, price of gas has really gone up. And usually what people don't know is when the prices are going up, your margins are reduced. And so if you are taking a facility based on yesterday's margin, we'll be stuck at this time because the margins are. So because I'm trading with my money, no matter how small it is, I'm not bothered about, because you're going to manage the crisis of no business. You're also going to manage the crisis of when things go wrong. 2 months ago, all my machines went down. The banks will not.
So you want all of that burden to be yours?
Yeah.
Not an extra, no sleep, thinking of the interest rate that is piling up.
And then when I approached them and they were telling me, I just started, and they said they told me what I'm supposed to be doing every month. I said, oh, now no moratorium. They said no, I have to. I said no. So their financing is not tailored as it is.
Yeah. To assist.
That's the word.
Because whatever business you do, you need a long time to understand there are risks that we would never have thought of that will come your way. So you have to be strong to take the good times and the bad times.
Awesome. Definitely. Good times and the bad times, and that's natural with life anyway, because the journey is not a straight one.
No, it's not.
It's not a straight. Getting to that successful part is not a straight journey at all. So let's look at strategies. Leadership strategies. You've talked about some trainings here. You've talked about how you pulled whatever resources you had to travel out of Nigeria to get some empowerment training-wise. What are the strategies that you have found to be most effective in breaking through these male-dominated industries?
For women, one thing I would encourage is coaching by other women or mentorship by other women. It's not every woman who will be able to afford to buy a ticket to go out, to go learn. But if I come back with that knowledge and I bring probably 10 people together, those 10 imagine them replicating and training another 10. By the end of the year, we probably would have maybe 1 million or more. So that strategy of women helping women or supporting women, it's a very key one. So in the past, I've had people who would tell me, you know, I've always wanted to do this organic farming, but I don't know where I'm going to get the knowledge. And I say, well, you are here at the right time. When I started, I didn't get that. So if you come there, and I've had quite a number of women come, some of them a whole week. They spend a whole week to understand and learn. Another strategy that would definitely work for us would be if some of these things are policy driven.
Okay.
You know, if they're policy driven, then it will be something that is in the system and is helpful. You can look up to the fact that, oh, there is this policy that would encourage me from here, I'm going to get there. Okay. Right now, we don't have enough of that. Number of things are being done, but we can all say it is still not enough.
You want to add to that?
So, yes, fine. Women, mentoring women, it's okay. But women will also have to, on their own, willingly submit to learning. Yeah. A lot of people don't want to learn. And then you ask somebody, just get a book. The telly is expensive. But there are other things they spend money on that will not give knowledge. So women need to willingly submit themselves to learning. It's okay to get them together, but if the willingness is not there to improve on what, it's difficult to train people, especially adults. So if the willingness, there has to be a voluntary submission of self to learn. That's the only way we can break the barriers and then get going with knowledge.
Lucky for you, your husband is supportive. Her husband has been supportive, has even given her money to start this business. Not a lot of women are that lucky. They're having challenges with their spouses. They're also having challenges with the children. How do you think that the women can forge through and push through this immediate family challenge? Let me start from you.
You know, one of the things because I farm in a community of about 40 communities. And I go out of my way to relate with quite a number of the women. Because it's at the grassroots that we can actually do a lot more. So when I engage them in conversations, like the ones around me, they make Gary is every 5 days. And all they think of is because their children might come back from school to ask for the odd 500 naira, 200 naira. For a woman who doesn't have the support of any man, that means a lot to her. So one of the things I've had to help them with is a bit of financial literacy. I am not so figure-minded, but I was happy when I made them realize that even in those things they were doing, they were hardly making any money. So just by locally sitting down and asking, how much did you buy the cassava? What are you getting out of this much? Then they realized that, oh, they were just working in vain, you know? So another thing that helps them is now being able to have a purse where, you know, the Ajo system, the savings, where they're putting something aside. 2 weeks ago, I did something that gave me immense joy. I told the women that beekeeping is one of the things I do, and it is something that does not require them to spend so much other than invest in the hive. So I was able to sponsor some of them to a training where they have, well, the training is going to end maybe in another 3 months. So they've come along, and the idea is that the few who I have sponsored, hotel, feeding, you know, all of that, then the knowledge. Luckily enough, the training came free from the UK, you know, through a body. And now they're all excited because I have also been able to make them see the financial implication. So what I just see is that if those of us who are educated can go into our little spheres of influence, talk to them about some of these things, they have a better appreciation. For instance, there was a time I had a huge order that I could never have done all by myself. I got a group of them together. They too contributed. And that money, you can imagine you have a row of women all queued up and they're probably collecting 5,000, 3,000, 4,000.
The joy.
So the joy. So there are ways. It's only if, like she said, if they're willing to learn, then you can empower yourself in other aspects, you know. And that becomes something that they can own. Even while we were at the beekeeping training, one of them mentioned the fact that, oh, her mother makes, I forgot, tapioca. And everybody in class screamed, how do they make tapioca? And I told her, I said, you're going to become a queen here today, you know? So if they can find other ways, you know, then things will get better.
What it means that
the other skills, yes.
More women should just come forward.
Yes, come forward.
Yes, yeah.
And those of us who are in their area can also bring them together, because some of them see us and they just feel intimidated. Who rides a car to their farm? You know, that kind of, it's strange to them. So if we bring them together, come to their level, I sit down when they're making their gari and we're talking, that helps.
Okay, so sometimes I said to myself that it's beyond what I'm doing, beyond selling gas to women. And so you will be amazed to hear that some women just come to buy 1 kg. Okay. That's where I saw that I was really adding value. 1 kg just to make food for their children. And sometimes they don't have the money. I've been at a place, I've been in my shop when the woman came and she was screaming. What was the problem? Her cylinder was leaking. And she has told her husband, I said, because my boy has filled the cylinder, I saw the stress of financial. I said, just go. But make sure you throw this cylinder into. Come pick a cylinder here and spread out payment. And so they find, when I travel, they were trying to call me, and because I see the stress. None of them have 3 children, but the financial support from the men are not there. Not because the men don't want to, but because they're not able to earn. So we have to always not create barrier. I'm educated, I'm this level, so we just get everybody together so that we can all move together.
Awesome. So what I've gotten from this is no matter what it is or wherever you are, there's really nothing stopping you.
Exactly. Exactly.
You must find that niche somewhere to contribute to the development of society and also elevate your own status and others.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, my sisters. This has been so rewarding, and I'm looking forward to another round of conversation with you, just like this. Thank you again. Thank you.
For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major problem. And public speaking, we must understand, is the raw art of speaker to audience oral communication.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the fears I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
All right, and thank you for joining us on Inspire Her today. I'm Ongma Helen Odele, and I'm so grateful for the inspiring conversations that we have shared with our incredible sisters and guests today. Remember that women's empowerment is a journey that we're all on, and it's together. As Angela Merkel said, I am not a feminist, I'm a realist. And I believe that the world would be a better place if more women were in leadership positions. I beg your pardon, guys. Let's continue to support and celebrate each other's successes. Join us again, same time, for more inspiring conversations on Inspire Her, right here on the Achievement Channel. Bye for now. Thanks for your time.
Welcome to My Eloquence Journey, an exclusive feature from the School of Eloquence, Africa's leading institution for public speaking mastery. Today, we are spotlighting participants from the Dean Public Speaking Masterclass, a powerful 2-day intensive training designed to transform everyday individuals into intentional, confident, and compelling speakers. Joining us on this special episode is Triona Women, an award-winning Nigerian author and a 6-time beauty pageant queen with a career spanning over 7 years. As the visionary founder of Queen Inspiration with HRH, she has taken this bold step to elevate her communication skills and unlock new opportunities in her career and personal life. In this conversation, we'll explore her journey, the struggles she faced, the defining moments that pushed her to seek change, and the reason she chose the School of Eloquence as the place to begin again. The program is more than just training. It is a breakthrough, a mindset shift, and the start of a powerful transformation. Let's dive into our eloquence journey. Hello, Triona.
Hello.
Welcome to the School of Eloquence.
Thank you.
So I'll be asking you a couple of questions. First of all, congratulations on completing your public speaking class. So my first question for today is, before coming to the School of Eloquence, what was your biggest struggle with public speaking?
Struggle with public speaking? I never really had a struggle with public speaking. I am a motivational speaker. I've been speaking for a while now.
Wow.
I just needed to hone my skills. You know, there's always fine-tuning needed in every field. So that's why I came.
Okay, very nice. Our next question is, why did you choose the School of Eloquence for your public speaking training?
Oh, okay. So I had to make research on the available options out there. I went on Google. I didn't really know exactly what to pick. Before now, I never heard about the School of Eloquence.
Okay.
But with the reviews I saw, and even the dean is a very popular person.
Okay.
So when I saw Mr. Motivator being as the dean of the School of Eloquence, that was what informed my decision to go for.
I hope you also give our recommendation to like your other friends and
yes, of course, definitely I will.
Thank you so much. Our next question is, what have you learned so far from the Dean's teaching that has already impacted you?
Oh my God, it was so insightful. I've learned a lot. You know, I know that public speaking is basically like building a house. Prior to now, I never knew that. Like, there is the foundation, there is the body, there is the roofing, and so that analogy just it was like a light bulb moment for me. I learned a lot, and now I have first-hand knowledge of what the public speaking skill really entails.
Our last question is, how do you see yourself transforming by the time you complete this program?
The sky is the limit, or maybe the starting point, because there is no limit, as a matter of fact. So I see myself going very far with this skill. I see doors opened. You know, when you have knowledge is everything. With this newly acquired knowledge, I will really invest it to do exploits in the speaking industry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Once more, congratulations on completing.
I am Triona OM. Speak with power.
What a truly inspiring and honest conversation. Listening to Triona share our challenges, breakthrough and expectations remind us of public speaking is not just a professional skill. It is a gateway to confidence, influence and countless opportunities. Here at the School of Eloquence, we believe that every voice matters, every story deserves to be heard, and with the right guidance, anyone can learn to speak with clarity, courage and impact. A heartfelt thank you to our guests for sharing their experience and for taking this important step toward becoming a more effective communicator. Your transformation has already begun, and we look forward to seeing the remarkable progress you'll make by the end of this program. And to everyone watching, if fear or self-doubt has held you back, remember, your eloquence journey can begin today. I'm Abigail Lemafridon, and this has been my eloquence journey on the School of Eloquence. Until next time, keep learning, keep speaking, and keep becoming the best version of yourself. Thank you.
Success is a journey, not a destination. Every great story begins with a spark, a dream, a challenge, a purpose to rise higher. On Journey to the Top, I'm here to guide you through the inspiring stories of those who turned obstacles into stepping stones and setbacks into comebacks. Every week, we'll dive into lessons of grit, growth, and greatness, equipping you with the motivation to scale your own heights. This is Journey to the Top, with me, Mr. Motivator. Only on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first all-motivational TV platform, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Your journey starts now.
Hello and welcome to the inaugural episode of Journey to the Top on the Achievement Channel. Proudly brought to you from the School of Eloquence Studios here in Lagos. And I must say, a happy and prosperous new year to you today. As we embark on a journey of inspiration, determination, and empowerment, setting the tone for a phenomenal 2025. As we begin this year, remember this: the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. This is your year to dream boldly, act fearlessly, and achieve abundantly. And so, to help us kickstart this transformative journey on Journey to the Top, we have a truly remarkable guest whose life and times and achievements epitomize vision, resilience, and purposeful leadership. Mazi Sam Ohabunwa is a name that resonates with excellence and impact. From his foundational roots as a pharmacist to becoming an industry titan and a national advocate for ethical leadership, his journey is proof of his enduring truth that success is not a game of chance, but it is by effort and hard work. His accolade speaks volumes. Officer of the Federal Republic, member of the Order of Niger, fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and a recipient of the National Productivity Order of Merit Award. In 1997, remarkably, Mazi led the first management buyout of Pfizer Incorporated shares from Pfizer Products PLC, transforming that company to what we now know today as Nimet International Pharmaceuticals, quoted on the stock exchange. And Mazi served meritoriously for nearly 2 decades with distinction as both CEO and chairman. But beyond these remarkable milestones, Mazi Sam Ohabunwa has won many hearts with grace and purpose. He is the former presidential aspirant on the platform of the PDP and is also the former president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, a former chairman of the Nigerian Economics I proudly stood upon on my own journey to the top. So it's my pleasure to welcome as our very first guest on this live transforming motivational show, a trailblazer, a mentor, and a living inspiration, Mazi Sam Ohabunwa. Uncle Sam, you know, I probably would have to have written more than 5 volumes about you. It's truly a pleasure to have you on the Achievement Channel.
Thank you, Bong. You're almost making me blush. But I want to thank God for the privilege to be here and to see what you're doing. To God be the glory.
We're so thankful. I'm particularly so thankful. I think this is going to be like our round 3 of interviews.
Yeah.
I remember the first interview we had in 2001. And I remember how we met at Faith Foundation. You had come to deliver a lecture.
Yeah.
I was one of the participants in the Faith Foundation Aspiring Entrepreneurs program, and you delivered a lecture on entrepreneurship. And I walked up to you, showing you my magazine. I remember how small it was then, as far back as 2001. And I said, I'd love to have an interview with you. And within weeks, you granted me that appointment. And we had that remarkable sit down that I think not only shaped the thinking of our readers, but I think, without a doubt, impacted me so significantly that I'm proud to say I have had you as a mentor for, going to 23 years now.
Thanks be to God.
Welcome, Uncle Sam.
I'm very proud of how far you've come.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to come back after this break. This was just for me to connect with Uncle Sam, having not had the time to sit down like this in over a decade to have a conversation about success and achievement. When we come back, I want you to make sure you have your notes and your pen, because this is a journey to the top. It's a university on its own, the University of Life. There's a lot you're going to learn from this truly remarkable human being. Journey to the Top. We'll be right back.
This is Journey to the Top with me, Mr. Motivator. Only on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first all-motivational TV platform, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Your journey starts now.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Journey to the Top, where we engage with men and women who have truly undertaken the quest of life through their professions, navigating their way through to the pinnacle of life, and have thus become inspiring examples, lighting up the way as trailblazers for others to follow. And in this first episode of the year, and truly our maiden episode of the show, we have Mazi Sam Ohabua as our guest. So Mazi, let's talk.
Okay.
I know the story to a very large extent, at least in the past 23 years having known you. But I'm sure there are a lot of people out there who want to know how it started for you, the beginnings. Tell us, what were the things that shaped your values and shaped your approach, your principles, your vision about life? Because every journey to the top has got to start at the very beginning.
That's correct. Thank you, Obong. Again, it's such a great pleasure to be here and to see that you have maintained consistent growth. You've innovated from the same early days of interaction you talked about 23 years ago. And I've watched you and watched the kind of things you did. And I must say that I'm very proud to be called your mentor.
Thank you, sir.
To be sincere to you, as you just said, every building has a foundation. Every success derives from some foundations that have been laid by you or your progenitors. I think that I strongly believe that my life has been impacted by a couple of factors. First is parenthood or parental influence. My parents taught me so many things. My father was a businessman, and my mother was a super businessman. Actually, it was my mother. Because way back in primary school, my mother had a chain of restaurants. And I was joining her in servicing those restaurants, in preparing the food, taking them to the points, and going to the markets to prepare for the next day. In fact, as a young person, eventually when I went to the secondary school, in those places my mother was working, her restaurants were situated because it was an industrial setup, the Shell residential area in Port Harcourt, Shell IA, the Trans-Amadi industrial layout. She had restaurants in many of those outlets. I remember my friends and I in secondary school taking a contract to do landscaping for some of the buildings that have been done by Micheletti, Taylor Woodrow, and all kinds of companies that were building those places. So we did landscaping, planting flowers. As a young secondary school person. So I learned industry, I learned business from my parents, in addition to the other fundamental principles of life and responsibility. I was the first of 12 children. So I learned to be responsible for my younger ones. They were mostly boys. And so I learned a lot from my parents. The other area that impacted my life was, of course, school. I went to two wonderful secondary schools, Okere Grammar School, where my faith in God was built and where those Christian virtues were established. And I went to Government Secondary School, Owerri, where also I learned discipline. I learned respect. I learned, the finesse of presenting yourself and building confidence. When I was climbing here, I saw that you said one of the quotes there by somebody that one of the things that helps you to lose fear of the public or speaking, those kind of was first to know what you're going to talk about, to be confident in, have the knowledge on the subject. So I think that's what's something that I learned in the secondary schools, those two secondary schools. Those sets me on the path. And so when I got to start life, I already had these foundations that had been established, foundation of hard work, industry, diligence, honesty, truthfulness, and preparations. I'm preparing for taking on responsibility, sacrifice, putting others before yourself. These were the things, the leadership as a young person, leadership in the secondary school. I was prefect, I was president of societies, land organization. I remember when I was the president of the junior debating dancing in my school drama, my junior class, the junior society was having more activities than the senior. So the president of the senior debating and dancing called me and said, "Why are you able to do this?" And I began to tell him my secret of how I'm able to organize more activities. So by the time I was ready to go to work, I was already set with these principles and now ready to apply them in a different format.
So would you say all of these influenced your choice of pharmacy? Because I know that at the core of your professional path, you started out as a pharmacist.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
what particularly inspired you?
To be sincere to you, I didn't originally want to, I didn't set out to be a pharmacist. I belong to this group of people who were not sure what they wanted to be, in that I was doing well in everything you asked me to do. I was an all-rounder, did well in the sciences, did well in the arts and extracurricular activities. So it was difficult for me to know what I wanted to do. But because I was doing well, leading my class, time to time, I was now chosen as a science student, and then asked, what would you like to do as a science student? So I began to think of medicine, because that's where they put you. If you're a bright child in the 60s, you'd either do medicine or engineering, But to be sincere to you, I did well in those sciences, including mathematics, but I had a flair for the liberal, for the arts. I did well in English language, English literature, Latin. Those ones, I didn't read for them, but I had to read, and I still did well. But I've been railroaded. There wasn't, as you find today, career counseling. They didn't exist at that time. I would just say, this is a science student. So I agreed. But my heart was somewhere. My heart was in journalism, in in history, in geography, in law. That's where my mind was. But I was asked to be so I decided I was going to read medicine. But the war intervened, and I spent 3 years fighting. I was a soldier in the Biafran army. So when the war ended in 1970, I told myself I wasn't going to read medicine again. I've lost 3-4 years. Go and do 7 years in medicine. I'll become a grandfather before. So I said I was not going to. So I was pushed back to that, my love for more liberal. So I chose business administration. When I read all the, prospectus of universities, because you need to apply to individual universities in those days, I decided I was going to do business administration because I was in tune when I read what it involves. And luckily also I read economics in my final year, which was exciting to me. But as God will have it, I met my uncle. I went to visit my uncle who was a civil servant. So he asked me, are you preparing for university? I say yes. In fact, I have my form with me. He said, what are you planning to read? I said, I want to read business administration. He looked at me and said, whose business do you want to administer? Whose business do you want to administer? He said, look, I advise you. Today I'm a civil servant and I'm not enjoying this work. You should go and do a professional course. If you still want to do business, use your professional course to do business. So I said, okay, what do we do? This is medicine where I want. So we began to look what was close to medicine that I would not spend so many years. That's how pharmacy came. But as I tell people, yes, I'm a pharmacist by training, but I'm not practicing pharmacy. I'm actually practicing business administration, business management. That original thought, original thing I went to, I'm using pharmacy as a profession. But my practice, when I left school, I joined Pfizer. I wasn't in any pharmacy shop. I wasn't in the hospital. I didn't do anything really pharmaceutical. Pharmaceutical sales and marketing could have been done also by other people in biological science or health. But it has accelerated, it made it easy for me to have a stepping stone in Pfizer, and then the rest of the values and talents and that I had now helped me to accelerate in my business.
So you're saying that you enjoyed the benefit of a convergence between what your heart really wanted that represented who you thought yourself to be, your real self, and what we could call a special purpose vehicle, in this case being pharmacy.
A pharmacy.
That convergence, and both could actually coexist to still enable an individual thrive and succeed.
That is it. And that's what has accelerated my performance. Because when I joined Pfizer, it was 15 years between being a first level entry manager and being chairman and CEO. And people say it's a record for a multinational. In fact, when I became area manager, I was under 2 years old. And I had to manage people that were 6-7 years in the company, pharmacists and other professionals. So the liberal communicative side of me, I talked about journalism because I was editor of the secondary school magazine. Even when I went into university, I became editor of. I became a Cobra chief. There was a newspaper in Ife. If you ask anybody, it was one of the most feared newspapers. Cobra. I became a Cobra editor-in-chief of Cobra. I was called Cobra chief. And that was journalism. When I even joined pharmacy, I became editor-in-chief of Nigerian Journal of Pharmacy. I was the first editor who was non-academic. So it's a reflection of those my innate, but I now built on the foundation of pharmacy, and I was able to express that talent, an understanding of where your flair is. If I If it was today, I wouldn't even go to pharmacy. I would have gone straight. To other more liberal arts and more liberal social sciences. Yeah, but there I've met, like you say, I've merged both. I've met both, and it has caused a leverage. Because if I had done just mere liberal or natural or social science, I probably wouldn't have the opportunity to climb through a pharmaceutical company.
So clearly, from this convergence, you call it merging.
Yeah.
Something can be said about your being strategic, strategy being a skill.
Yeah.
Because there's no way you would have achieved this convergence. There are many that probably had both, but could not see the linkage possibilities. But you did have good strategy sense.
It did, because I had opportunity after reading pharmacy to go and work in the hospital, to go and be a hospital pharmacist, or go into community pharmacy. But I chose industrial pharmacy, and through the concept of marketing, because industrial pharmacy at that level entrance was marketing and sales, which agreed with who I was. But the science of pharmacy was enough for me to communicate effectively the science of medicine. So anybody who didn't have the science of medicine but had the skills to communicate will have problem, because you don't have the confidence you speak about when you talk about public speaking or communication. I had the confidence. I was a pharmacist. I knew the sciences, and I could communicate with the skills of communication and articulation that I had. So it was the best of two worlds. Yeah.
All right, Mazi, there's so much to talk about.
Yeah.
When we come back, we're going to hear a lot more. I'm particular about finding out from Uncle Sam what key lessons helped shape him from having to go to war at such a young age, and how that has contributed on his journey, or contributed to his journey to the top. We'll be right back.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking.
Welcome back. In case you're just joining us, this is Journey to the Top, and I've been carrying on a very important and inspirational conversation with Mazi Sam Ohabua. He's told us about his sense of strategy and how he was able to ensure a convergence between his love for the social sciences and liberal arts and his actual course of study. And I think this is very instructive for a lot of young people struggling out there, feeling at a loss as to what do I do. I'm saddled with having studied this particular subject matter, and there is no place for me out there in the marketplace. Perhaps there's something you're missing, and you need to take a more strategic view of your skill set, your passion, your interest, and create your own convergence. And Mazi, I believe that's the point that you made in your last remarks.
Correct.
So still talking about strategy.
Yeah.
I can imagine how challenging and how harrowing it must have been for a young Sam Ohabua to be shortlisted into the Biafran army.
Yeah.
That was 1967, I believe.
That's when the war started.
When the war started.
But I got into the army in 69.
In 69. So I've been conscripted at such a young age.
I wasn't conscripted.
Okay.
I volunteered.
Okay, you volunteered.
I actually volunteered in 68.
68, okay.
Should I take it from there?
Yes.
Yeah, when the war started in 67, I was in Form 4. Yeah, so.
And how old were you then?
Form 4, I was just 16 years.
16?
Yes. 66. The war started in 67, July. I was still 16. I became 17 in August. So we were hoping that it would be a short. That's what they told us in school. Just go home. Your teachers are involved in war affairs. You'll come back. So we sat down, started reading. It wasn't working. We started all manner of things. I had a conviction on the righteousness of the Biafran situation. So I volunteered to support the effort. In fact, when I went for my first selection at Bonimo Wharf to enter the Navy in 1967, September or October.
That's in River State.
Yeah, River State. I lived in Port Harcourt.
Okay.
So the guys asked me how old I was. I said I was 17. I said 17. I want to join the Navy. Please go and wait after the war. If you want to join Navy, you join. I left. But you know, later on in the Biafra, even who are 14 were being conscripted or 13. So in 68, there was an opportunity to volunteer, what they call Port Harcourt volunteers, to go and do some work in Enugu. I volunteered. That was where now from there I went to the army fully. So I was not conscripted. I joined the army by my own volition.
So were you not afraid? In terms of the possible dire consequences and risk to your life?
I was not. There's something about conviction. When I saw the beheaded head of people from this southeastern Nigeria that were being shipped from the north, coming without heads, some without breasts. And I had watched all the efforts made to reconcile Nigeria. After the July 1967 second coup, it was supposed to be a revenge coup because the January 66 was regarded as pro-Igbo coup. So this was a pro-Northern coup. And they killed all the soldiers, killed Ironsi, killed everybody. If it ended there, there would have been no war. But the battle was taken outside the barracks. Civilians were now being killed in Kano, in many parts of the north. And that's what started the trouble. Effort was made to reconcile. Ojukwu asked everybody to go back. People ran away. September, they went back, and a second program happened. People who survived the first one, Ojukwu assured them that all was well. They went back to, the people from the south is like to travel. They are the most strongest believers in Nigeria. So they moved back. Then there was a second program. And what was when I now was in Enugu, and I saw at the stations people coming back. So when somebody fights you in his territory, you run to your own territory. He follows you. What are you supposed to do? You either accept me as part of and give me peace, or allow me go to my own way. It's as simple. That was my logic, and that logic still remains today. If we want a country like a country that is mutually acceptable to everybody, where we want to be happy, that's the basis of my New Nigeria group. Let's make a new Nigeria where everybody will be treated equally. So it's the same thing. When it wasn't happening and they needed us to go and fight to defend ourselves, especially when the federal forces came to say, we want to force you back to Nigeria, yet even Aburi Accord you will not accept anything that will make us have peace. So we went to war with that. I didn't care. I wasn't worried about my own safety. My conviction was that we would not allow ourselves to be beaten outside, driven away. You come back to your own enclave, and you also
self-defense.
Self-defense. What else are you supposed to do? So Biafra, I went there in self-defense, and of course, I did my utmost, and I give God the glory that I survived. Of course, I had a bullet wound. I was shot. Crashed, carried a scar, but God saved me. And but the war was a great learning.
Yes, that's
first is that it's helped me to destroy fear. I lost 90% of fear because if you are walking to a war front, people are being killed. In fact, the first day I went to the war front, boy, I was trained as an officer, and I didn't finish my training. We were harvested prematurely and then brought to the war front, commissioned, and then was said as a second lieutenant. The first person I met was the commanding officer then, Achuzia. He gave me something. He said, look, in this war, there are two enemies. There's one enemy in the front, there's one enemy behind. The enemy in front, you can kill him or he kills you. But the enemy behind will kill you. There's no opportunity to kill the enemy behind. So choose where you want to stay. You want to stay in front and face the enemy in front, or come back and face the enemy behind. Who was the enemy behind? Himself. So it means go. Don't run back. You know what I mean?
So clearly, like, your bridges have been burned.
No, there's nowhere. There's no
retreat, no surrender. More or less.
Even I told the guy he sold my mind. I say, you're crazy. I don't have anything to do with any enemy behind. I'm going to go and come back. So that was indoctrination that took me. So I was determined to succeed, defend myself, achieve the objectives. In fact, it was irreversible. I remember one particular occasion where we had to retreat because of very difficult terrain and the strength of the opposing soldiers. We retreated. Our commander met us there and said, "On your marks, go." We should go back to that place we came back for, whether anything. So we are running. We even waded through water because he was going to fire you if he met you. So we ran back and into our. So I lost fear. Number 2, I learned perseverance and adaptability. You know, during the war, at a particular time, even talking about that time I started the war in Uzuakoli, it was early in the year. They've just finished planting the yams and all that and creating mounds. It was open field. Our only protection was lying below the mound. And then there'll be rain. So the water from the mound will soak on your body while you're lying down and firing. You know, for weeks you won't have food, because in fact, I was the ones, it took 2 weeks to bring us food. And when they brought the food, boiled yam, if you open the yam, it became so gummy that you couldn't break it. The gums will hold the yam. Still, we ate 2 weeks old gummy yam. Where did you get water to drink? Water that gathered on the ground, you know, in between 2 mounds. You collect the water and drink. When you go through that, you don't see any obstacles. You don't see any real serious inhibition to achieving your targets and goals.
Wow, that's so amazing. Yeah. And transferring all of that into corporate life.
Yeah.
Would you say that was one of the bases upon which you were so daring?
Yeah.
So daring as to tell a old fighter that, look, we're going to buy you out.
Yes.
We're going to buy you out. A bunch of management executives who didn't even have
$1
the money. In the very heart of the June 12th scenario, the very heart of the June 12th crisis back then, with all of the economic problems, and you stuck your neck out. Tell us a bit about that. How you became the first Nigerian company. It was the first of its kind.
Yeah, first management buyer.
Yes, management buyer. How did that happen?
Well, first is, like I said, the
courage to
combine the lessons from my parental and school to the war. The war, if the war wasn't that people can die, I will recommend it for everybody. Because the preparation of the war, you can't get it anywhere. You know, it's practice. First, accomplishing, achieving. Yes, you have targets.
Objectives,
You have to get that territory. You have to get it. You have to strategy, because you have to plan. The strategy, for example, which I used in one of my most successful battles, was two successful battles. The first was what led to my promotion from a second lieutenant to local captain, and the battle my last battle, there were 2 successful battles. It was successful even though I had wound. It was successful. Strategy. Now, I don't know if I have time to just mention
go ahead, please.
first strategy when I did my first, because I was in a war front where we came from another unit to the Aba area. The CEO of our battalion was from that area. So he was bent on showing capacity to liberate his area. We started to fight. He died. He was killed. So then later on, my company commander was killed in the battle. So I immediately became company commander. I was just a platoon commander. I became company commander. My battalion commander has died. My company commander had died. So I was now come to command. And Brigade Headquarters say continue the fight to liberate. There was one market they call a Kapara market on the way to Aba. Want to go launch into Aba. You know, I said, okay, this want everybody to die. You know, anyone that takes the commander of battalion, you can imagine the number of other non-commissioned and commissioned officers that will have died before the commanding officer would die. Then the battalion commander died. So I told my boys, what I told, I said, everybody sit in this. They want us to die, we can't die, all of us. So we sat on our trenches. I say, everybody raise your gun and be shooting. So that they'll be hearing us shoot, but nobody is going to kill anybody. However, after I did that for a while, I told myself this won't go anywhere. So I began to strategize. And I now discovered that the enemy in front of us was tough. We were confronting him. What did I do? We've been fighting for, in a battle that we came and started fighting for days and weeks. So everybody was getting weary. We were suffering casualties. They were also suffering casualties. So what did I do? I got a strategy. I selected a crack team of 12 soldiers, no, 14, to go and harass them. I call it a harass. So this is the front where we've been fighting with them. So I took this people to a flank. Then from the flank, they fired them, and we had very strong firing. That flank battle rattled them because it took them by surprise. What did they do? They jumped from their trenches and began to run. When I saw the start run, I came back and recruited my men. We pursued them. That day we covered almost 7 kilometers. Wow. We got to high school, which was a major. After that operation, I became like a star. Look, the unit who came that we replaced had been in the position for 6 months. They didn't get 1 inch. But in one day, I did 7 kilometers. It was beyond me. I just don't know how it happened. But that was a strategy that worked. Yes. We hit them from the flank, from the side, where they were not expecting an attack. And the attack was strong. And I mean, it was like what happened to some biblical story where they had beggars, you remember, walking. Yes. And they would say a big army was there. And they ran away. It was exactly what happened.
So strategy, it seems to me that we keep coming back to strategy. Yeah. And it seems to me also that a lot of what you learned in strategy, which we've seen in your corporate life, in very significant terms, a lot of that you learned during your time in the military.
It was helpful. I had grown and I didn't honed it. So what I did was to apply them also in the corporate world. One of the things that worked for me is, the power of vision. When I joined Pfizer, I did not plan to make a full career. I planned to spend 5 years and understand how Pfizer operates so I can go set up my own business with my uncle who had already brought money. He wanted me. I said, no, let me go and get experience. So he said, how much time do you want? I said 3 to 5 years. He said 3. But by the 5th year, I had become a senior manager. I couldn't leave anymore. And I had to change my strategy. The next thing I did was to now aspire to become chairman and CEO of Pfizer.
Right. Uncle Sam, we're going to, I want you to hold that thought.
Yes.
Let's go for a quick break.
All right.
Africa's only certified speaking professional today. Speak with power. Lead with influence. The gold standard awaits you.
To register, call 0802 303 2066 0706 160 6078 or visit www.schoolofeloquence.org. School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, the program is Journey to the Top, right here on the Achievement Channel. And we've been having a very inspiring, and I would dare say as well, life-transforming conversation with no less a person than Mazi Sam Ohabua. He's talked about strategy, he's even mentioned the principle of the objective, he's mentioned creating a team, he's mentioned determination, loss of fear in the face of danger, the energy, the resilience, the determination to move on towards the achievement of one's goals, as learned during his time serving in the military. And we want to continue that conversation. Mazi,
Yeah.
I remember my conversation with you in 2001.
Yeah.
Then you were MD of NIMET.
Yeah.
And I was very curious to know how you rose to become the chief executive.
Yeah.
That was one mountain that you conquered.
Yes.
Because your journey to the top has many sides to it. The corporate side is one.
Yeah.
The social enterprise is another. And of course, the ministry side is another. And then, of course, the national side as well. So you have continued to conquer peak after peak after peak.
Hallelujah.
And so there is a lot we can learn from you. During that interview, I can still remember the younger version of myself.
Yeah.
Trying to understand how a salesperson became CEO of NIMET.
Yeah.
And I remember you said something that never left me.
Okay.
I use that a lot in the program called The Challenge to Perform that I teach to companies when they ask me to come and inspire performance.
Yeah.
You said, whenever my superiors asked me to deliver 10, I always made sure I delivered 15.
Or 20.
Or 20.
Yeah.
I just could not trust their tendencies to discount my performance. Because if they ask me to deliver 10, and I deliver 10, only for the guy to say, after all, that territory you went to, I was the one that gave you the contact.
Yes.
And then they bring me down to 7, I would have accomplished nothing.
I say you will beat their targets.
Absolutely. And I found that so instructive. I know it's a principle that has helped me. In fact, in my training sessions, I refer to it as the detractors discount. Yes, because in life, we will have those who are detractors.
Yeah.
So tell us a bit about that. How did you come about that philosophy? And how did it step by step help you to the top at NIMET?
Thank you. It is the strategy of being conscious of challenges you are about to face. You have to survey your environment, what they call environmental analysis. And it started early with me. Again, maybe it's also the war training, because you have to survey your environment, know who you're, measure the strength. The SWOT analysis we'll talk about today. In the military is the first thing, because you don't enter into a war blindly. They'll kill you. You must know who you are fighting, his competencies, the size of his ammunition, size of his army, and then you devise how to use small army to defeat a big army. That's a full story. But it helped me when I joined Pfizer. First is that I had a vision. That was a major issue. 5 years, I quit. So when I was walking around doing things like this Armor Against Faith, that's helped me. It was part of the understanding of my environment, how to conquer that environment. I came to a place I knew there was plenty of hostility. Just after the war, all manner of things were still going around, biases. So I said, no, nobody's going to sabotage my work or underestimate my performance. So in order to do so, I will exceed your expectation. And because when I exceed your expectation, you have no choice but to accept. And that's what I did. It helped me so very much. It was my, we call it magic wand. Because when my guys are struggling to achieve one, you know, because it's sometimes about the same, it's about the same effort, but your focus. You know, achieving one, me, I'm achieving 1.5, 1.6, 1.8. Consistently, they're wondering how I'm doing it. Because the moment you give me one, I cancel it and put two. So I don't ever think about one. I'm thinking about two. Because where your thoughts are, that's where you're going. Where you're looking at, where you're going to go to. And that's the exemplification. So that helped me to achieve this 5-year vision of knowing everything about Pfizer so that I can go start my business. But in the process of knowing everything about Pfizer, I got promoted so rapidly that I got to a point it was difficult for me to exit. And I changed strategy. And I said, okay, I'm going to stay. I told my uncle, look, forget it. I'm no longer coming to do business. He was disappointed, but he understood. And I said, now I want to aspire to be the chairman and CEO of the company.
So there's nothing wrong in being so aspirational.
No, I was aspiration. The picture that I took with my chairman at 5-year-old
salesman,
when he was giving me my 5-year long service award, where he encouraged me because he said, Sam, have you been only 5 years here? I said, yeah. He said, your impact is as if you've been here 10 years. You know, my son, you're doing well, keep it up. The sky is your limit. That's motivational talk. Fired me. I said, no. I can't, after this motivation, the next week I said I'm resigning. Because that was my plan. This was December. My plan was to resign in January, 84. So I took the picture, put behind my desk in the office. And then I walked in the morning, I looked at that picture and said, God, someday I'm going to be like this guy. 10 years from there, I became the chairman and CEO. So it's like magic, but it works because I had envisioned what I wanted to be and I was ready to pay the price. It's not just daydreaming. Everything I did was directed to reaching that goal. And luckily, since I was in a business where they measure outcomes, they measure results. So it was between me and myself and the results. And so it was easy.
This is Journey to the Top with me, Mr. Motivator. Only on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's first all-motivational TV platform, broadcasting from the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Your journey starts now.
Welcome back. It's still Journey to the Top, and this is becoming more of a master class with a man who is a master himself, a man I cherish so much as a mentor, who's mentored me, helped me to where I am today. I'm talking about no less a person than Mazi Sab Ohabua. Mazi, we've just been continuing and continuing. I think a day will come when we'll just have it for an entire day and we'll live stream.
Yeah, that's
just
fine.
A master class, modules upon modules upon modules.
Yeah, sure.
So let's, because I've been told by my producer that this has got to be the last segment, but I would not want you to leave without talking about that very major setback that Nimet had. Were you expecting it? What really happened? And that was a season of major losses.
Yeah, it was. There were two major issues I'll just quite touch about. One is this fire, which was in the, nobody ever prepares for fire. But we found that it happened and we lost equipment, we lost materials. You know, it almost crippled the company. And what was more, we didn't have adequate insurance. You know, fire is not what you have seen one day. So when we made insurance, maybe we insured for 300 million naira. The value of the asset now is 2 billion, but we did not adjust. You know, so it was terrible. But again, the major issue is that once you have a strong faith, I'm not trying to be religious, but if you have a strong faith and capacity, there's nothing you can't turn around. Because I remember one story during the war, when the war ended, some people who were rich men in Port Harcourt in those days suddenly started having money again. I asked my father, I say, how come we're hearing about this people again, again and another. My father said the point is that these guys know the routes that money passes. So they know how to lay traps. So that method they used before the war, they have applied it again, and they are laying traps and the money is coming in. You know, so if we were able to get to where we got while the fire came, all we did is to adjust and do again what we did, because we have known the pattern to get back. You know, we talked to the insurers, they were able to pay the bid well. We talked to the banks, we talked to our creditors, we talked to our suppliers, they offered us more credit, it gave us more. Some bankers gave us some bit of forgiveness or, you know, forbearance. You know, we elicited support because people are willing to help you, but you need to ask for the help. I keep saying that some people die in their mistakes. They don't know when to say, I'm sorry. No, I've missed it. They are too proud. So pride is something that destroys your ability to recover. Okay, now admitted our mistakes, admitted our faults, and when people were willing to listen to us, and so we harnessed and harvested that goodwill. First from the goodwill we have long established, and then the promise of a better tomorrow. And that was a big...
So from the ashes...
Yeah, we rose again. Yeah, the other point I want to mention is the other problem we faced, and I forgot it. If you remember, there was this popular Kano issue of the Trovan study. There was a study we did of a new product in our final closing years as Pfizer, 1995, 96, which eventually turned, when people now said the drug killed people, and they badmouthed Pfizer, went to court, went to all those places. But we're able
Those are legacy issues that you have to deal
we're able to overcome that, because the truth of the matter is that first is we told the truth, we had the documentation, and we're able to present, even from the Kano government that took us to court, and the federal government, we're able to show that it was corruption being turned upside down, because some people wanted to corrupt us, because they gave us some leeway, some approval, but those approvals were not documented. So when they asked for money we couldn't give them, they went back and said we're doing certain things without approval. But we were able to produce the documents. Even the DNA, when they say there was many people were killed. This was a trial we did with 200 people, 100 on Trovan, 100 on Rocephin, which was the comparative. And out of this, only 13 people died. 6 from the Trovan and 7 from the Rocephin, which was an already established drug. And then we gave when they were saying thousands, there was no way it was thousands. We produced DNA. In fact, even when Pfizer provided some relief for those who took the medicine, we found that nobody could claim, because those who took the medicine have moved on. All the other pretenders, their DNA could not match. So what am I trying to draw attention to is that, do not be afraid of accusation. People are going to accuse you for anything, rightly or wrongly, but make sure they can't prove it. Anytime in life, they will accuse you. You have done nothing, maybe because you're successful, they're jealous, they can't compete with you, probably look for accusation. Don't worry. Don't lose. Just be sure that whatever you're doing, have the appropriate documentation, because evidence must be provided. Even if a court sent you to jail when you haven't done it in the appeal court, the Supreme Court will bring you out. That's a lesson there, and I want people to learn. Be deliberate in what you're doing and put the proper documentation. You never know when it will arrive. I use it in Shopee. When the federal government was saying, after Buhari came, who were saying, we've lost, Shopee money was lost. And they invited us to the National Assembly. I brought the documents, which I had put in a book. When they saw the book, they said go, and that was the end. Then, of course, you were asking about the kind of things we're doing subsequently. I moved on pro-retirement into Sophie, which was a way of giving back, and my pet area of entrepreneurship. Because I've always believed that is what is going to bring salvation for the young people in this country, and also for the nation. As many more people that can be self-employed, creating wealth, then the country becomes a good place to live in. I mean, look at what you're doing. Look at the people you're employing, you know, and you started early in life to become an entrepreneur. Not even if you worked for anybody at all, you know.
I worked 3 years in government.
So that's the way it is. And so that's my pet. It's still growing up. But when I now formed the New Nigeria Group, which was my political organization, that I didn't put too much focus on. I'm returning to it now. That took my time because I had always been disturbed about our country and its chronic underdevelopment, its lack of competitiveness. I had become tired of being told that I come from a third world. Since I was born 70-something years ago, I'm still a third world nation. I'm saying, when are we going to become first world? Especially when other countries have become self-world. That first world, that what led me to the New Nigeria Group, and then eventually became the platform for me to try my hands in the presidential primaries of 2022-2023. It was a great lesson in understanding Nigerian politics. But it's the same courage that I have come with. I mean, people were surprised. I hadn't been governor, I had been the senator, I hadn't been nothing. The first political attempt was to be a president. I mean, it was, you must be a joker, but we went through it. We went around the country. So first you must have what you believe in, and then you must have the courage and the conviction. And it's goodwill. I have not, you have worked at least for government 3 years. The other time you were working for Nemasa. So you have a bit of experience. Yes. I have never worked for government, but I've been close to the public sector. I've held, I've been a board chairman of teaching hospitals, of polytechnics.
And then the shop here.
I've served, even before the shop here, I've been in the National Health Insurance, National Manpower Board, you know. I've served in several boards of the government, so I'm familiar. Then, of course, the ESG interaction, the public-private sector interaction, also gave me an opening to really understand and know what the issues are in the country. So I'm still committed to doing what I can to help our country become a better country, because we have no other country. Right. But I'm doing so from where I stand, because I believe that I may not be president, I may not be governor, but where I stand, I am the governor. Right. I am the president, starting from my house to the concentric circles where I influence. So I try to model that Nigeria of our dream. And that is why I spend a lot of time with young people who I believe will continue the battle. You talked about succession. I'm a man with always a view that we're going to be here just for a while. So what are you taking away and what are you leaving behind? And one of the greatest things I have said, and I keep saying, the greatest legacy is not in buildings. The greatest legacy is in human beings. What you have said about me today, I don't know how much I'm going to pay to a publicist to say that, or to give this unsolicited. And that is what life is all about. If I was there today and you were at my graveyard or a tribute, what you say today will be what you say, perhaps with more embellishment. For me, that is legacy now. You know, so I'm investing my time and energy, making sure I'm impacting lives, impacting institutions, and helping this nation to become a better place. No one man can solve all the problem. No one man can change the situation, but make sure you're making a contribution. And that's why I think I want to encourage you and people like you, you know, never underrate yourself, never underestimate your contribution, but you must build a foundation. You should not come to this world and act as if you were a passenger or an observer. You must come into this world determined to fulfill your destiny. You have a destiny, you have a purpose, but it's in you to plan how that destiny, how that purpose will be fulfilled. You have to be intentional, you have to be methodical and trusting, and then learn from other people. It helps you to reach that goal and be what God has made you to be.
Wow, Mazi, what a finale. Because I was going to ask you a question. What words do you have for those who are seeing you at the top and want to also continue their journey?
Yeah.
But clearly, you should be a broadcaster. You know, you're a broadcaster. I guess that journalistic bit of you suddenly came to fore.
Yeah.
I cannot thank you enough, Uncle Sam.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today.
What an extraordinary start to the journey to the top. Broadcasting from the School of Eloquence studio here in Lagos on the Achievement Channel. This episode has set the stage for what promises to be a year of limitless possibilities. Mazi Sam Ohabo's story reminds us that the very best way to predict the future is actually to create it. So as we step boldly into 2025, let this be the year that you take control of your destiny and climb even higher than you ever thought possible. Here's one last thought to carry with you. Every new year offers you 365 blank pages. So write a story worth reading. The top is not reserved for the lucky. It's for those who work, who persevere, and never stop believing in themselves. Thank you for joining us on this inaugural journey. I am Mr. Motivator, and it has been an honor to share this moment with you. Until next time, stay inspired, stay motivated, and remember, the climb is always worth it. Here is to a transformative 2025. Happy New Year once again.
A new day dawns, full of possibilities. Take the first step towards your dreams. Empower your mind with positive thoughts. Achieve more. Make a difference in someone's life today.
Imagine a world transformed by the power of giving, where every act of kindness sparks another. These are the champions who dedicate their lives to change. Together, they are paying it forward. Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Hello and welcome to Champions of Change on the Achievement Channel, the show that celebrates innovators and game changers making a difference in their communities. Today, we're shining the spotlight on the culinary world. Our champion of change is Alex Oke, a talented binational Nigerian-Russian chef, entrepreneur, and culinary instructor. As a chef owner of Exo Boutique Bakery in Lagos, Alex is fusing traditional French techniques with modern African flavors, inspiring a whole new generation of chefs. I am Pamela Egbo, and I'm excited to be with you today, live from our studios at the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Let's hear his inspiring story. Hi, Alex. Welcome to Champions of Change. It's really great to have you here.
Hi, Pamela. It's fantastic to be here.
So, tell us about your story. You know, you're an extraordinary chef, the founder of Exo Bakery, Boutique Bakery, and you are passionate about CSR, and that's why you're here.
Indeed.
So tell us a little bit first about the story of Exo Bakery.
Okay, great. Well, before I start with Exo Bakery, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Alex Oke. I'm Nigerian dad, Russian mom, but more or less raised in Nigeria. Trained as a chef abroad in Canada, and came back in 2016 to establish a neighborhood bakery, which I called XO Boutique Bakery. Since then, the bakery has sort of evolved from a small neighborhood bakery into more like a cafe, and we have further plans to take that model even further and to expand into a members club, a co-working space, and a lot more restaurants. We want to create a sort of a lifestyle around the XO brand. So that's currently what I'm working towards right now.
Fantastic. So I know that you're very passionate about giving back to the community.
Absolutely.
And I know that in at the XO Bakery, you do a lot of internships.
Indeed.
So tell us about how that works and how that idea for you came about.
Sure. Well, great, absolutely. So if anyone who's been to XO Bakery will see that we have a few younger, generally as compared to most Nigerian businesses, especially hospitality businesses, a lot of my staff are much younger, certainly much younger, and I've actually gone through the route of vocational education.
Okay.
Right, so we don't always go directly to universities or to hiring companies, talent agencies. Sometimes we go directly to vocational institutions like Wave Academies, Lagoon, for example, and even the culinary schools themselves. What I've done is I've created a 3 to 6 month internship program where anybody who has either gone through culinary education and it's time to do what we call the IT, the practical training aspect of their course, then we liaise with those vocational academies. Then we take on young and very green individuals where we train them in how things are done in a what I call a boutique kitchen, where everything is done by hand. It's not a commercial kitchen.
Right.
It's more of a sort of a very individualized offering, which means that they have to learn the intricacies of the baking and pastry arts as well as the culinary arts, but to a degree that I would say would be higher than say if they went to work in a commercial bread baking bakery, for example. So generally how it works is they come in, and after 3 months we do a review. And then I usually offer them to stay on. I don't think I've ever had one intern who, after the 3 or 6 months, we asked to leave. Generally, we prepare a package for them, an employment package, where we hope to keep them employed and in the industry, and want to keep them learning as they go, because I don't think 3 to 6 months is enough time to learn the practical aspects of any arts, So for us, it's very important that we keep them working. And along those lines, it's also important that we remunerate them for the work they do. Now, I know it's very commonplace in Lagos to have interns where maybe the intern even pays you. I've seen a lot of, oh my goodness. When I moved here in 2016, I've seen situations where the interns were paying for training, or they were just doing it for free. We actually pay interns in order to ensure that they can get to and from work, they can get home, they can get back to work, and we also usually include some kind of a meal package as well, too.
That's amazing.
Such that if a young person wants to learn the practical aspects of the baking and pastry arts or the culinary arts, they don't have to do it at a loss to themselves.
Right, exactly.
And they are fed, they are comfortable enough to take on that new information and then kind of run with it. So,
yeah, and supposedly doing that the way you do it, it makes them take ownership.
Absolutely.
And responsibility.
Indeed.
That's great.
And we also don't have a program where we're lurking behind, where I'm like the chef who's, looking for the mistakes they make, and trying to kind of beat them down. What we do is we allow people to make mistakes.
Right.
I believe that in order to learn, especially in the practical aspects of the baking arts, you have to You have to mess up a few cakes.
That's right.
A few loaves of bread need to burn.
Please bring those ones to me.
You know, you must make your mistakes, because when you make your mistakes, I feel like that's the best. Experience generally is the best teacher when it comes to stuff like that. So I'm very, very much in the group of people who allow young people to make mistakes so that they can learn. And that's also when interns come in, I usually tell them, don't be scared, don't be worried. I know you will burn a few things. Sure. I know you will mess up a few recipes. I know maybe you're not going to put the yeast in there and we'll be wondering why the bread didn't rise, even though we waited for 3-4 hours, you know. But I believe that it is important that people make those mistakes, because when you've done it, you've made the mistake, I feel, with your own hands, you generally remember.
That's right.
You generally remember how to do things the right way after that.
That's
and you
amazing.
Remind yourself, well, I'm not going to make that mistake again. So,
that's great.
And to give people the grace to make those mistakes without penalizing them, I think, is another thing too.
That's amazing.
A lot of employers in Nigeria would, when their staff, you know, make a mistake or maybe ruin a big batch or something, they might penalize them and dock their pay or stuff like that.
Yes.
I don't believe in that. So I think we need to give everyone a bit of grace, you know.
Love it.
Nigeria's
Love
had
that.
enough already.
Absolutely, love that.
So
love
yeah,
that.
so let's be nurturing to our young people.
Absolutely, amazing.
Especially since, you know, the youth unemployment is so high right now. So it's important that we keep as many youth employed as possible.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Indeed.
That's great. So tell me, I know that, you know, like I said, paying it back is very important to you.
Yeah.
You recently contributed or got involved in an initiative called Paying It Back to the Streets?
Yes, exactly. So it's giving back to the streets.
So what's that about?
Thank you for bringing that up. This is the second year running. So it's actually started in Port Harcourt, actually, the initiative, the person we work with. But this is the second year running that we've actually done a charitable contribution to this initiative. This year specifically, I know that they were trying to raise money to buy shoes for indigent and homeless and those who are, you know, less fortunate. In Makoko, which is very close to us over here. You know, my bakery is located in Victoria Island, and Makoko is just across the creek. You know, so when they said they were trying to raise money to buy shoes, I thought that was very important. So for the second year running, we've done a charitable contribution where we are part of this. We've also provided, you know, logistical support for the teams, you know, when they meet up before they hit the streets to do their outreach. We also provide them with snacks and whatnot. So,
lovely.
So yeah, second year running, and it was again a resounding success this year.
That's amazing.
Once again, indeed.
Well done.
Thank you.
Done.
In the past, we've done work with the Bethesda Home for the Blind.
Yes, right.
This was probably 4 or 5 years ago. Partnered with a client actually who wanted us to make special to donate a percentage of donut sales, because as you know, Exo Bakery is quite well known in Lagos for our donuts. People love the donuts. Yeah. So we wanted to give a percentage of those donut sales, the revenue from the donut sales, to charity, which we successfully did with a lady called Tiffany Annabelle Davis. So yes, it was a fantastic initiative as well too. So we have a long tradition of working with different charitable institutions to either raise money or provide training, provide snacks, provide support in one way or another as part of the corporate social responsibility that Exo Bakery has to Lagos at large. So.
That's fantastic. And so obviously you're a profit-making business, predominantly first and foremost.
Yes.
But in terms of your CSR, how do you balance that? In terms of being a profit-making business and saying, okay, I'm going to be intentional about my CSR. And in terms of looking for the types of organizations that you support or doing your own thing, what is it that is important to you?
Criteria. Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So I think balancing corporate social responsibility and profit, they run in line with each other. Most people think that it's one or the other.
Right.
I think by focusing on CSR, it impacts the bottom line in a very positive way.
Right.
Absolutely. There are benefits, financial benefits. I think a firm can draw from giving back to society. I think whether it's with ongoing training where you're adding value to the youth, you know, so over time you've provided a level of education support for a good number of young people over time. That in itself adds value to what your business does through you know the experience they get, you know, over time. You know, you're entrenched in the society, and then when you're a community-based organization, even though you might be profit making, you're just part of the community. You know, when we opened Exo Bakery, the idea was to have a community bakery where people would come and it would be supported organically from the ground up. We never sought any loans, stuff like that, to open the bakery initially. This was all the community essentially grew the business, you know, from our first locations to these. So again, and CSR has been a part of this journey all through. So I think if you allow your business to grow organically, allowing the local community to support that growth, and you're giving back along the way, I think that you are going to see some financial rewards from that. And then it gives you more of a staying power.
That's right.
In the community as well too.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. So we'll take a quick break now and we'll continue this amazing conversation with Alex when we come back.
Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
The home of public speaking. Attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Champions of change. Paying it forward. Join us and be part of the movement. Here on the Achievement Channel.
Welcome back, and we still have Alex here continuing our amazing conversation. So Alex, tell me, I know you mentioned about youth unemployment earlier.
Yes.
And I know it's an intentional strategy of yours because the level of youth unemployment in Nigeria is at an all-time high.
Around the whole world, actually.
Around the whole world, but especially in Nigeria.
Right.
And so tell me how you have mentioned, but could you expand on that a little bit? But also, what advice would you give businesses to take a chance on these young people? Because one of the things that you said that struck me was you go through the vocational route.
Yes.
Because I know that a lot of places in Nigeria, they want to see the CV, they want to see the your what they call it, your qualifications, and it can put people off and scare people off from applying for these roles. So what advice would you give, and how has it benefited your business?
Great questions.
Yeah.
So yes, as you mentioned, youth unemployment is shockingly high around the world. It doesn't matter where you go, you see young people just on the streets. And it's particularly tragic, I would say, in Nigeria. I remember when I moved back to Nigeria after training in Canada, I remember just the number of young people on the streets, you know, versus today, the number of young people on those very streets.
Right.
It's probably grown, I would say, 5-fold, 10-fold. And that's just an indication as to how many young people are falling between the gaps.
Yes, it's actually 35%.
Right.
Unemployment rate.
Shocking numbers. So yes, so that means out of every 3 young people, 1 is going to be unemployed, which is quite sad. And how does that bode well for the development of our economy, for young people developing and honing those skills that they have or they are to, you know, to get. For us, what we've tried to do is intentionally focus on hiring young people. Just intentionally focus on that. Whether it's from the front of house staff, waitresses, the barman, floor supervisors, to the kitchen staff, chefs, kitchen assistants, bakers. We deliberately try to go for younger people, again, and through the vocational route. So when I get you know, an intern from one of these institutions, what they'll usually do is say, oh, I have 2 people who are in the class after me, you know, younger people from my school. They would love, I spoke to them about EXO, they would love to come and intern here. So it's almost like what I call a pipeline. It's a pipeline of people, of talent, of skill. And also I would like them to feel welcome. I would like them to feel like, okay, if they go to that to that vocational institution, there's a good chance that they can come to a well-known and established bakery, cafe, restaurant like EXO, where we are pushing pushing a limit and doing things that you wouldn't necessarily just find anywhere, with a focus on quality, craftsmanship, and delivering a differentiated customer experience every single time. So yeah, for us it's a no-brainer. If you invest in the youth, you will reap the rewards of that. And by virtue of what they are, the youth, they are young, so they've got a long staying power. I'd rather cast my lot in with the young people than with the people who have been around. Even though the people who have been around have more money, it's better to catch them while they're young, and then you sort of instill these values in them at a young age, and then they have a much longer staying power.
That's right.
And then you are impacting society a lot more when you do that as well too.
And also they will have this jackpot mentality that people have. They will want to stay because they're
I can
thriving.
do it here. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Why go abroad when I can do it here?
Exactly.
And you also want to remind them that, while the grass is greener, you know, maybe your neighbors. No, I say the grass is greener where you water it. You know, if we're watering the grass here, it's going to be greener. So the more of us who water the grass here, even if you've been trained abroad, you can come back and, you know, try to give back to the society. I think it should be better for all of us in the long run.
Absolutely. Great. So last but not by no means least, what's next for Chef Alex? And how are you, what other areas of CSR do you see yourself getting into?
That's another great question. With CSR, I want to eventually open a training institution. I would like for us to expand to have a pure training kitchen, where even though we are, you know, working with vocational institutions to provide the practical training, I would love for us to actually have the vocational institutions as well too. That way we can extend more scholarship.
That's right.
More training to more people, impact more lives. But this is down the line. More immediately, when I'm working to expand the EXO brand to a bigger location, to be a complete lifestyle brand, as I mentioned earlier, which we're currently in the process of doing right now. So watch this space. check back with us in 6 months to a year. We should have a whole establishment where we have a cafe, restaurants, members club, co-working space, an artist hub, because we're also interested in the fine arts as well too. So we want to provide a space where young creatives feel like they can congregate and they have an ecosystem which allows them to nurture their talents as well too. So we'd love to provide that. So that's the more immediate thing I'm working towards. And by 2025, you will definitely see something in Victoria Island, and hopefully, you know, maybe other parts of Lagos and Nigeria as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Chef Alex.
It's been my pleasure.
It's been wonderful having Chef Alex with us today, and I am imploring everyone to go and support them. The NVI will put all the information about them and about what they do on our platform, and knowing that some of their profits will definitely go into doing CSR stuff. Thank you, Alex, for sharing your passion and vision. Your dedication to African gastronomy and community building is truly championing change. Tune in next time for more stories of innovation and impact. I'm your host, Pamela Igbo, and it's been a pleasure sharing this story with you. You are watching the Achievement Channel from our School of Eloquence studios in Lagos. See you next time.
Welcome to the maiden episode of Doctor's Orders, the Achievers Prescription, right here on the Achievement Channel. And we are broadcasting from our studios at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. My name is Ubong Isen. When I founded this channel over a year ago, one of the things that mattered the most to me as we focused on the quest to inspire people to become more successful, to achieve their dreams and to reach their potentials, had to do with health and well-being. And that was what led to the creation of this program, Doctor's Orders. And the vision of Doctor's Orders is to make sure that consistently there are prescriptions that can guide and support achievers on their determined quest to become even more successful and more accomplished. That is the essence of this program. It is very likely that after this episode, you might not be finding me on this seat anchoring the show, because on the Achievement Channel, we believe in experts leading the conversation, experts serving as anchors. And most likely, in subsequent episodes, you would actually be having two doctors, one as anchor and the other doctor as guests. And that's why this program is called Doctor's Orders, as they embark on the conversation about how achievers can keep their health in tip-top shape as they journey towards outstanding success. Because remember, in your body presently, that is the body you will be spending the rest of your life in. And your quest for success will also be determined by how well you take care of that body. When we come back after this break, I will take you further into what this program epitomizes or what this program represents, and of course, introduce our first guest. More to come.
Welcome to Doctor's Orders, brought to you from Achievement Channel.
Welcome back, Achievers. It's still Doctor's Orders, the Achievers Prescription, and you are still watching the Achievement Channel. Now, this show is dedicated to helping high achievers like you. If you're an executive, a professional, you're an entrepreneur, an athlete, an artist, you name it. Remember, this program is not just about health. It's about giving you the tools, the knowledge, and inspiration to prioritize your well-being as a critical part of your success story. With that said, let's dive into today's topic. Dr. Daniel Olusegun Joseph, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure being here.
I know you doctors are used to giving orders. In fact, your prescriptions are like orders.
Right.
And it's a way of you saying to your patients that take this seriously.
Right.
Now I do have a couple of questions I want to ask you
right.
with regards to this very important subject matter. But let me start by finding out from you, since this is our maiden episode of this show, how important is health and well-being in the lives of the group of people that this channel caters to? Hard chargers.
Okay.
People who are driven by the need to excel, to achieve, who tend to, as you would know from experience, burn the candle at both ends.
Right.
How important is health and well-being, and how important, or how more important, are doctors' orders?
Okay, fine. Thank you very much once again for having me, and I must say congratulations for such a very brilliant concept. I mean, to educate people. It's very, very important and very nice. How important is our health? Our health is as important as our existence. There is no way you can lead a good, productive life if you don't have sound health. And it is very, very important to the point that, everything around you centers on it. You are here today because your health is up to par. If you are, nursing one ailment or the other, if you were in the hospital, you won't be here, I won't be here. So our health is a major driver, is a currency, really, for, our well-being. Number one, is a currency for our achievements. It's a currency for everything we do, really. And without a good health, without sound health, productivity will be reduced. Not only that, the chances of having, very high burden of, illnesses, high burden of costs in terms of trying to treat one thing or the other increases. And these are major things in our world. So how important is our health is as important as our existence if we want to make anything meaningful out of life.
So for those who are high achieving, who care about the need to succeed, those who strive daily to build things, maybe they have dreams that they are pursuing in their careers, striving daily to be the very best at what they do, whether it's building a business or pursuing their careers to the very zenith. And you get to meet some of these types of individuals, right, these A types, who care about excelling and being the best at what they do. We couldn't take this order or advice from you more seriously, it seems.
Yeah, fine. You can only achieve and excel if your health, is in agreement with you, so to speak. All right. So, if somebody is battling with a terminal disease, for example, and he has to go in and out of hospital, maybe for blood transfusion, for example, all right, or for chemotherapy or one thing or the other. Yes, he may really, really want to achieve, okay, and he may actually achieve some things, but he will find out that if his health were to be at the optimal, he will achieve more. So this is extremely important with regards to high achievers. All right. If you want to really, really excel, your health must cooperate with you. And of course, you've got to nurse it well. All right. To make sure that you have a balance of the two, and then you can go for your goal.
So to a very large extent, optimal health can be seen as achievement?
Very well so. If you're nursing something that keeps cutting you down, keeps making you to cancel appointments and things like that, you want to go for example, you want to go for, a speaking engagement, and you wake up in the morning and your body says, oh, come on, I can't go anywhere. Or you start vomiting. You don't want to get there while presenting, you start vomiting. You've got to take care of that. You've got to call the people, call your doctor, and then call the people that you have appointment with. I'm sorry, I can't make this and this and this is happening to me. So, but if your health is, up to par, then you can go. You can deliver your speech, you can do whatever you need to do. So your health is extremely important. To shortchange it is to shortchange ourselves and shortchange our achievements, really.
So from your experience, do you find that a lot of very highly driven individuals shortchange themselves on health matters?
Well, I'll say that before it used to be, but with the increase in information, increase in knowledge and things like that, people are now beginning to find out that, look, I need to take care of my health. I'm sure that you have heard of cases of executives, high performers get to a place and slumps. I mean, you're in a board meeting and then you see this man that came in with, a whole of, health, so to speak, of life, and then before you know it, the person slumps. It's not only that the person slumps and dies, the shock, the horrors that it will send round the people that were there. I mean, it can only be imagined. The fact is this, I see, a lot of, executives and people like that, when they come, sometimes they call you and they say, please, I need to see you immediately. And you're like, what's going on? And when you eventually, have a time for them, and by the time they start, oh, this is happening, I keep having a headache, this and that and that, and then they will come out and say, well, I've just been driven to come see you because a colleague died yesterday, or a colleague died last week. We were just having a meeting and he slumped and died. And I'm like, wow, what's going on? I've been playing with my health all the while. So this is making people to get serious with their health. But we don't need to get there. You don't need to be prompted to seek, sound health, or to seek for advice with regards to your health only when you see a tragedy. I mean, we should be, we should take ownership of our health. Okay, we should take ownership. We should be responsible enough to be able to know how to manage our health so that wholesomely we can move on and, be the best version of ourselves. Again, there is this saying that health is wealth, and it's a long, and it's still there. Health is wealth. I mean, if you look at the rising cost of healthcare services, rising cost of drugs in our society, then you will know that health is really wealth. Okay, so to keep oneself healthy is actually one of the best investments that one can have.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And I have a statement here it was made by Benjamin Franklin. He said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Definitely.
He was an advocate for healthy habits and proactive wellness.
Definitely.
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Definitely.
Meaning that it's far cheaper to prevent than to cure.
Yeah, okay? I mean, the adage is there for everyone. It's cheaper. Prevention is better. It's not only better, it's cheaper, than cure. Right. So, I mean, it just laid it the way it should be. Right. I mean, it may be speaking to intellectuals, because I mean, an ounce and this and that for the very may not be able to catch it. But prevention is better than cure. That's just what they have said. And it is not only better, it's cheaper and it's more rewarding.
It's more rewarding.
Yeah.
And then it makes me wonder why people, especially high flyers, do not take this to heart, and they elevate their quest so highly above their well-being, and forgetting that optimum achievement is indeed tied, from what you said so far,
right,
to optimum health,
right,
as far as we are concerned as human beings.
Yeah.
So what could be responsible for that? Is it that the need to be so successful becomes so intense and overwhelming that high achievers end up giving so much more of themselves without caring? Could that be the reason?
I think so. I think there are some people that, the passion of, I need to get this done, I need to do this, I need to achieve this, consumes them, and then, they just relegate their health. Some people feel that they are machines in quote, but we are not machines.
Superman.
Yeah, supermen and superwomen. Yeah, but we are not. We just need to tell ourselves the truth. We're humans. I mean, you go 4 days, 2 days, 3 days without sleep, or, just barely having 1 hour, 2 hours of sleep. And then you try to keep yourself active. You douse this, you take coffee, you do this. Your body will still demand from you that stuff. If you don't give it, your body will break down. All right, it's good. I mean, it's just natural. And that is why we need to focus. Yeah, nobody's saying that don't go for what you have to do. I mean, everybody should, should be diligent. I mean, it's no brainer that you should, push, you should do all those, but shouldn't be at the expense of your health. For example, somebody wants to go for a meeting. You know that you're going for a 3 days meeting or a 4 days meeting. You pack everything you need to pack and you forget your drugs. And you're hypertensive, you're diabetic. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Or the person is traveling for a week and you forget your drugs. And instead of getting those drugs when he or she gets there, he goes for all the meetings. He refuses to take the drugs. And then maybe the last day, here comes stroke knocking or heart attack knocking. And then someone will say, oh, and he was full of life. Yeah, he was full of life to the extent of being responsible to maintain that life. It's what you cultivate that will grow and will blossom. If we don't cultivate our health, it cannot blossom. And if there's something wrong with the health, there can be something wrong with every other thing. Because we are alive because of our health, right? Now, if the health begins to ebb in quality, that person begins to die. It may not die instantly, it may not be, sudden death, but that person also, the quality of life begins to, depreciate, diminish, and the productivity, the achievement also reduces. He can delegate, fine, but the things he wants to do personally, he may not be able to do them. Okay, so it's extremely important. Yeah, high achievers, it's good, but please don't neglect your health. I've had a lot of patients that will say, oh, I forgot my drugs. In fact, what I tell patients is if you are traveling, make sure you go with an extra 1 month, yeah, because you never, I mean, look at what happened during 2020 COVID-19. I mean, you're shut down. Anything can happen. You may not come back the day you want to. Maybe, oh, we need to do this, and you have to be there. And you are like, okay, you know what? I'm going to shift my journey by a week, by 2 weeks. If you have only taken the ones that you need for what you have proposed, now you have to add 2 weeks to it. What are you going to do? One of two things. Is either you will not take those drugs, which are not good, or you'll go by, okay? I mean, and if you go out of the shores of our country, what you're going to be buying, at the rate you're going to be buying, will be extremely higher. All right.
That's the price you pay.
That's the price you pay for being nonchalant. Right.
Fantastic. I think one of the things I would like us to discuss, we're going to go on a break shortly. So one of the things I'd like us to discuss, we still have the crux of our conversation, which has to do with how we manage immunity during these challenging and stressful times. What I would like us to quickly take a stab at is what attitudes we need to form to change this mindset of always relegating our health and well-being to the background. What needs to change in the world, in the ecosystem of hard-charging, well-driven, achievement-centric human beings who care about building empires, achieving great things, achieving their goals, reaching their fullest potential, but for some reasons pay a price, use their health and well-being as mortgage to secure their dreams. Can we achieve some balance? And I'd like you to hold on to that thought in terms of your response. When we come back, I'll take your thinking on that. Then we shall discuss further on immunity. All right, achievers, doctors' orders. We'll be right back after this break.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical training in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. It's still Doctor's Orders here on the Achievement Channel. And I've been having this very meaningful, insightful, and impactful conversation with Dr. Akinsoya Olusegun Joseph from the Lagos University Teaching Hospital. Welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
And I was trying to find out from you, what is responsible for this disconnect between the overwhelming quest for dreams and goals and achievements at the expense of health and well-being, and what needs to change? Because this is going to be your doctor's orders to high-achieving people who seem to be so consumed by wanting to build their empires, by wanting, like Alexander the Great, to think that how do I put it down? To think that a whole, let me borrow the Nigerian expression, a whole Alexander the Great, from what we've read, historical accounts, died as a result of malaria. If I'm correct, Doctor. Think about it. A young man that had achieved so much, conquered the whole world, and wept for more worlds to conquer. And it took malaria to send him to his grave. And yet, he had so much potential to do more. That should be warning bells to high achievers. How do you speak to such individuals to never mortgage well-being for accomplishment, to strike that balance?
Fine. So the first thing I will say is prioritize your health. It is extremely important. You are drawing from it to do whatever you have to do. It's like, your account, you're drawing from it. All right. So, if you don't have an holistic view of it, an holistic grasp of it, you can allow it to slip by. So we need to prioritize our health. And when we say prioritize our health, whatever is going on, you need to keep thinking about your health. All right? There are people that they're not feeling too well. Today it's headache, tomorrow is this, the next time is this, and they don't want to go see the doctor. They won't even check their blood pressure. And these are very simple things that can be done.
And vital too.
Yeah. And then this person will just say, no, we're going for this, we're doing this, we're doing that. And before you know it, something will just crumble and everything is suspended. Everything is grounded. Sometimes it can lead to fatality, and then people begin to cry, oh, he was a nice man, or he was a nice woman. But he neglected or she neglected her health. So we need to prioritize our health. And what I mean by that is this: while you're doing everything you need to do, whatever will help you to maximize your health, you've got to give to it. So number one, you've got to eat well-balanced diet, not junks. A lot of people take junks because they don't have the time to sit down and take very healthy meals. The order for this is either meat pie or this, processed food and all of that, and then the sodas. We need to de-emphasize this. Many people, it will surprise you, don't take water. All right? They're on the go. They just feel that, I've not eaten today. I need some energy. Can you get me this soft drink? Can you get me this? Can you get me 5 Alive? Can you get me this and that? Meanwhile, we can actually do this. We can get these things fresh ourselves. Now, a lot of people talk about the fact that, our forefathers, where even at old age, they're still very strong. Why is it that, some, patients will come to me and say, doctor, I'm just 60 and my father is almost stronger than I am. Okay, your father did not live your kind of life. More.
Your father too did not accomplish.
Yeah, your father did not. Yeah, your father. We need to strike the balance. Your father did not accomplish as much as you've done, but your father, did not live your kind of life. All right, in the sense that, there's room for rest when it is needed. Okay, there's room for adequate rest. There's room for bonding with the family. There's room for a lot of things that we take as leisure nowadays. All right, so we need to prioritize our health, and we need to look at what we eat, what we drink. We need to give emphasis to rest. Not that, I mean, you should, I mean, those kind of people won't lazy around anyway, but you should still give time for rest. Sleep is extremely important. It resets our body. Some people don't have time for it. We need to do that. We need to make sure that, I mean, anyone that is treating one medical condition or the other, make sure you give it some, attention. In short, give it the utmost attention. If you are hypertensive, please check your vitals and take your drugs regularly. If you are diabetic, same thing, check your blood sugar and take your drugs, and abstain from things that will make the control to go bizarre. Okay, these are things that we need to do. And then go for your regular checks, the annual checks. Go for it. Discuss with your doctor. Very, very important. These are things we need to do. And then you need to exercise. Many people don't have time for it anymore. I'm trying to to carve out 5 minutes for myself. No, exercise, it's not for me. But
what about those whose work day by day carries sufficient activeness?
Right.
Do those ones still need to exercise?
Fine. So those who have a lot of activities in it, I mean, stress hormones are there to put your body, to put it under pressure, so to speak, under more pressure other than the physical activity. So instead of you benefiting maximally from your physical activity and your physical exertion, it will be reduced by the intertwine or the interplay of the stress hormones.
Well, that's quite revealing, and I think I have to make some changes personally, because I've often reasoned that if I'm very active at work day by day, it should de-emphasize the fixation on actually going out to do exercises. But now I see that there's a difference in terms of the stress factor that goes with while working and staying active, and the more relaxed
type exactly
that goes with actually the leisurely dimension to it, where you get into a gym or you actually exercise using some of those equipment, making out time for yourself to sort of recreate while you work out.
Right.
That's quite something to take. Now let's move on with... All right, thank you very much for that, Doctor. Now before you leave, this is a very important question, and I know we will have an exclusive episode to discuss it in totality, but let's just hear from you of how, what's the question again? My head is, how we can boost, I want to catch it very well. How can we boost our immunity and stay healthy during this stressful time? Okay, so let's hear from you about how we can boost our immunity. I'm talking about high achievers, and stay healthy in these stressful times. And we are in very stressful times, especially in this country. And the stress or the stressors, I hope I'm right to use that word, the stressors are becoming more and more significant, especially for high achievers who see themselves pushing even harder this time in these moments in order to achieve their goals. How can we boost our immunity, or how can high achievers boost their immunity and stay healthy? Your 3 take-homes, your 3 orders, Doctor.
All right, fine. So I'll say number 1, make sure you eat healthy. You become what you eat. Make sure you eat healthy. And that is talking about, the balance that we were taught in our biology and the rest, with more emphasis on fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
A lot of people don't do that. And then we need to de-emphasize the intake of sodas, of processed food, processed meal, and all of those. We need to de-emphasize them. All right? So instead of going for the pizzas, the this, the that, high calorie, high fat diet and score, we de-emphasize them and go for very healthy meals.
Okay.
Very, very important.
That's one.
2, we need to make room for exercise.
exercise. You need to exercise. There is no way out of it. You want to be healthy. You want to stay, refreshed and cool. Give some time for exercise. Number 3, you need to rest. Okay. I know that is very difficult to prescribe to somebody who say,
it's
I've
driven.
not done this, I've not
Super
done
driven people.
Yeah, but you need to rest because really, if the body breaks down, sometimes it just recoils and you're like, you are hoping and praying. Let me survive this. Let me survive this. You can imagine somebody who, right in the middle of something, suffers a stroke and then loses one. I mean, you can imagine the trouble.
That's the end of all the dreams, all the quests to achieve greatness.
If he's able to survive it, fine. But then there will be damage.
Damage, that's right.
So please let us do that. Balanced diet.
Balanced diet, exercise, and rest. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Doctor. I am sure those orders will be taken to heart by all of our wonderful high-achieving men and women watching the Achievement Channel. And we truly appreciate your coming to the show. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you very
me.
much. Really a pleasure.
Thank you.
There you have it. Those are your doctor's orders. This is the Achievement Channel. We do not take health and well-being for granted. It is a serious issue, very important in the total quest towards success and high accomplishment. Remember them, and God willing, next time when we come back, you get to learn a lot more to keep your health optimal in order to achieve at the highest possible level. My name is Ubong Essien, Nigeria's Mr. Motivator, asking you to please stay healthy.
Hello, Lagos. I am Oyin Priye Krumale, and this is Achievement Channel. Today we are out in the bustling commercial district here in Lagos to talk about a skill we all use daily, whether we realize it or not, and that is communication. From the boardroom to the busy marketplace, public speaking shapes how we interact with one another, how we carry out business transactions, and how we connect between one person to the other, whether we realize it or not. I am out here in the bustling city of Lagos to field questions from everyday Lagosians on how they utilize the instruments of public speaking to get their jobs done on a daily basis.
Actually, I'm not really good in public speaking, but I have a lot of people that are into such. Actually, in bringing to public speaking, it helps us to understand things that we don't really understand. It helps us to achieve what we have already, but we don't know how to get it. For instance, you have a money, and you don't know how to move into a business. In public speaking, it helps you to give you an opinion, an idea on how to invest, how to sort out issues, how to get an opinion, or how to be counsel on, especially on marriage issues, on business, and also in other lifestyles or something. That was some time ago. I could remember at Ozumbadiwe, there was somebody that walked up to me, you know. No, he didn't really walk up to me. He was asking for a help. So he has a car, but he told me that his car broke down, so he don't have money to fix it. And we were like 3 boys there. Nobody want to like come over it. So when I came into the matter, I tried to find out what that man needed. He said he has a car, but he doesn't have any cash to buy fuel. So I have to like help him because he didn't address it in a way somebody can understand it. So bringing it to public speaking, I could now be able to interfere with my friends that we were sitting in the car. Please, this man is a responsible man. I think for him to have such a situation, you need to help him, even though we don't know who he is. Even though that in the country we are, so many things are going wrong, that helping somebody becomes a way of committing a crime. You help somebody and the person turns out to become somebody that brings problem. So after narrating these issues to them, and I was able to transfer that money to his account. But not just that alone, that happened after some years back. I did it at Zumbadiwe. The same man was the person that drive me. Sometimes I didn't know. So I think if we could, there are some people who have words but they cannot speak. And as a Christian, I'm meant to speak for those who are speechless and help those who are helpless and help those who are weak to be strong. So bringing it to public speaking, it helps to sort issues. It helps to create awareness. It helps to, help people out of their need by balancing what they need in words.
Well, public speaking, number one, it has been a very good avenue to improve your product. You hear me now? To have a very strong background of your business. Because by hearing from the public, you need to know your weak point, your area of success, and the next thing to do, so that you can be able to aspire high in your business, your daily activities on your business. Well, on my own part, I have a very small distance. I remember by the time I want to start, I had to invite a lot of people to come and look at the environment so that I can be able to know what tests I can be able to display in that very place. And that it has been of great help to me and useful to my business, my own personal business.
So did you achieve your aim using that public speaking?
Yes, I'm able to achieve my aim.
What was the outcome?
Well, the outcome is, I think it's yielding profit. Yeah, it's yielding profit. Like in the area of farming, yielding profit. Like the area of the shops I have, it's yielding profit. And things are moving on fine.
The importance of the public speaking is very, 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 very crucial. Very, very, if you know how to handle your speech in the public, my dear brothers and sisters, who are looking at me at this moment, you don't have any problem. You need to be polite to everybody with humility. So it's very, very important. In fact, in my congregation, in my area of work, I normally, because the way I address people made them to like me, made them, even though there is a problem, they will ask, hey, Baba, come, this is what is going on. And by the grace of God, when I get there, the matter will be settled.
So tell me one of those instances.
Thank you very much. That was last year. There are some boys in my area. They want to foment trouble. Is that me? With the elder of the area. But immediately, I come out of my car. Excuse me, what is happening here? What is happening here? Say, Baba, come and tell this is what is going on. All this that are doing. Excuse me, people, like, wait. When I speak to them, the young one, they all A-laws, at the end of the day, they were very cold. When if there's any problem at all, they will call on me. Baba, come, see what is going on. No, immediately I talk to them, the matter will be set.
How important is public speaking to you?
I will put it this way. I told you I'm a comrade, and one of the importance of public speaking, like you rightly said, is how to communicate with the public. That's with people, be it commercial, be it private, be it products you sell, even in school. And as you know, since we passed through the 4 way of life, as in education and life as a whole, you have to speak out. Even if you want to get a job, you have to network and you speak to people. It's also part of public speaking. So I think public speaking is very important, especially for those who want to venture into public position like politics. Yeah. And also if you want to also grow in your organization, you have to speak. And when you speak to your colleague, your staff, your subordinates or those around you is also public speaking? Yes, I not too far ago, but let me say like 3 years or 4 years ago, I remember when I wanted to contest for the second time as a union rep. I won because of my public speaking, because I have to address the house, they have to ask me questions, and because of the confidence I have in speaking, they have to re-elect me as a second time out to be their rep. So this is one of the importance of public speaking. When you speak and you speak with confidence, you see people want to vote you. And let me portray further. Towards the election we just passed through, when you look at the three candidates, one of the instruments the Labour Party used is the way he speak. When he speak with confidence, he gives you some data which could clarify the public, and with that, the people entrust him with the leadership position. It's so unfortunate that the Nigerian play him and he couldn't get there, but these are some of the importance of public speaking.
To me, what I understand by public speaking is an act of informing people, letting people know about a particular thing, attending a program, and then maybe you are asked to give a presentation or you are asked to make a speech. You go out there and you present your speech, or you make your statements based on the topic, maybe, or any area or any subject that has been given to you to talk on or speak on. So that's what I understand by public speaking. My personal experience is that it has helped me. It has made me more courageous. That made me bold, because when you stand to speak in the midst of people that you don't know, that came from different backgrounds, from different places, they have different orientation, and then you being able to rise to speak before them or with them, it helps in giving you self-esteem. So.
Okay, public speaking basically is something that we cannot do without. Very important, and the importance of public speaking can never be stated, because without it, you cannot actually influence people to do certain things. Okay, for example, you need that attribute, to actually command people's obedience to what you actually want them to do per time, and so you cannot actually do without it. It's very important. Very well, a lot of them, but I think I'm going to go with this one. When I was in my 100 level year one in the university, there was this issue we had. We had actually paid for a particular thing, our ID card, and at a certain point, the cost rep came again and said we are asked to pay again, and then I told them, no, we cannot pay twice. But then all along, they were able to, they got to pay this money, and after 1, 2, 3 months, the ID cards were not forthcoming. The university ID card came, and the one that we paid for didn't come for. So I have to use this skill called public speaking to actually influence my fellow students, to make them see that, okay, they have been, duped by the faculty officer and the course rep in connivance, to deprive them of their money. And so, but then we can take up this matter, we can get this money back, and actually maybe get both of them punished. And so I start, by, getting some of them to understand that, okay, this is actually not good. We are fresh law students, and by that, we should protest our rights. So I stood up, get a handful of them on my side, and called a meeting in the classroom. They stood up and spoke to them at length. And at the end of the day, all of them bought the idea, and we went to the dean of the faculty, presented the matter before him, and he was shocked. And he backed us up, and before you know it, the faculty officer was removed because of that. So public speaking is very, very key. In fact, if you are able to fight the straight things like stage frights and all of that, you'll be confident. You will be able to make up your sentences in a manner that is very persuasive. That's one attribute of a good public speaker. You must be persuasive. You must be straight to the point. You must be short and concise as well. Well, in the courtroom, all we do is talk, and you must be able to persuade the judge, to convince him that your case is believable. Otherwise, you'll not be able to win any case at all. And the court is a public place. Anybody can come. Even those who don't have matter in court can come and see what's going on in court. So you must have that boldness, that confidence in you that yes, okay. My lecturer once told me that as a lawyer, If it's possible to assemble the whole world together, a lawyer should be able to speak to them confidently without, shaking or sweating in his pants. So, yeah, in the courtroom every day, so we see, your opponent will talk, you will talk, and whoever's argument is better, the court, will be swayed that way.
Now, from the streets to the marketplace, it is clear that communication is key to navigating the challenges in Lagos life. Whether in bargaining a business transaction in what we do or giving directions at the busy streets, it is clear that how we speak makes the difference in all we do. I am Oyin Priye Krumale, and from all of us at the Achievement Channel, we are saying that strong communication is the foundation to success.
Speak with Power.
Hello and welcome to the maiden episode of Speak with Power, the program that teaches you everything you need to know about public speaking. Speak with Power is brought to you by the School of Eloquence, Nigeria's home of public speaking, where we teach people how to speak well in public. This program is designed to educate you, to inspire you, and to challenge you with reference to the art of public speaking. Many people from various walks of life grapple with this all too important skill. There are people who work for organizations, people involved in sales, people in politics, people who are in the social enterprise sector, and in various other endeavors. When it's time to be heard, when it's time to take the stage, they struggle, they wobble, and in most cases, they fail. This program will unbundle the subject matter and demystify what public speaking is all about. This program will also show you the tips, the techniques, and of course the stories of ordinary people like you and I who have stepped up to the plate, and because they have learned how to speak in public, they have carved a niche for themselves. My name is Uba Ogesied, certified speaking professional and the Dean of the School of Eloquence, and I will be your host throughout this program. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll begin the eloquence journey. For us here at the School of Eloquence, our primary focus is on the art of public speaking, because it's a major problem. The essence of this course is to focus you on the subject of public speaking.
I got a lot more than I actually expected. I have overcome the few years I used to have.
The more you speak, the better you are at speaking.
School of Eloquence is the place you can be, and there's a turnaround. That change you are expecting, you get it there.
Welcome back. The program is still Speak with Power, where we teach you everything public speaking. You might be a politician, a classroom teacher, a businessman, an engineer, whatever field of human endeavor you find yourself in. You could even be a traditional ruler or part of the clergy. The truth is, sooner or later, you'll be asked to get up in front of people and speak in public. On the program today, we've got a drama skit for you titled The Bland Ambassador. You'll be amazed when this skit comes up, what happens to celebrities when they fail to speak well in public. From the drama skit, we'll hit the road to hear from Nigerians why they fear public speaking. Next will be Inside Masterclass. In the masterclass, you'll find me teaching professionals how they can master this all too important subject matter. And then our guest today on the Eloquence Journey segment tells us how she became a chief executive and how public speaking helped her to rise from nothingness to a position of prominence. So sit tight and let's enjoy the show.
Ladies and gentlemen,
embraced different types of artists. Artists.
Come on for there, you know even sabi English.
Nah, your speech. Anyways, Oasis is the first of its kind to wanting to take entertainment to the next level. Big shout out to Oasis. Peace. Thank you.
Is that the celeb you were talking about? The one you want to present our new brand, Zeus, a luxurious perfume? No. This is unacceptable. I suggest you pick another person. This will not fly. It's embarrassing.
I'm surprised at this myself. So disappointing. I thought it would be of a good performance, but it cannot be our ambassador. We have to look for another ambassador for our project. I will personally inform the management about our decision. No, it is so disappointing.
I'll do that as fast as possible.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking Thursdays and Fridays every week. To register or for one-on-one coaching, call 0802-303-2066, 0706-160-6078, or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
If you look at how Wikipedia describes public speaking, it says it is a process of speaking to a group of people in a structured, deliberate manner intended to either inform, influence, or persuade or entertain. Because when you're influencing people, you're persuading them. It goes further to say that the purpose of public speaking can range from simply transmitting information to motivating people to act, to simply telling a story. But here is the catch. He says good orators, good speakers, that is, should be able to change the emotions of their listeners and not just inform them. I started out by saying that all of the context, all of the various scenarios in public speaking can be surmised as just simply creating a human experience, because people can recollect what you said, how you said it, and then they can connect with it in some ways that gives you credit. However, whether we are speaking to inform or speaking to influence, which is also speaking to persuade or speaking to entertain, one key principle underlines all of speaking. If that speaking is going to be result oriented, and that principle is the eloquence principle. If your speaking is going to be result oriented, you must be eloquent. How will we know that you are eloquent? Eloquence rests on two legs. The two key ingredients that you must know, you must be able to clearly delineate, and which if you do, you can categorically say that you are eloquent. Now the first of the two legs is effectiveness. To be effective. To be effective simply means that the people you're speaking to get what it is that you're speaking about. They understand it, they have a very good appreciation of what you are speaking about. They get it. You might see that in their nodding. It's dawning on them. The facts, the gravity, the intent, the seriousness, the ramifications of what you're saying. It's clear in their mind's eyes. It's not ambiguous. It's not mixed up in any way. It's definite. And so they get it. And that makes you, the speaker, effective. That is the first leg. A lot of people, when they speak, you find it difficult to even understand what is it or what it is they are talking about. You're asking yourself, so what is he saying? What is she saying? They've been speaking for the past 30 minutes, and those 30 minutes seem like an eternity. That's why I tell you, so what are you trying to say? Have you ever found yourself in that situation? Someone goes on rambling, and then you cut it and say, okay, so what is the gist? What are you trying to say? And they keep going, all I'm simply trying to say. They ramble and ramble, they go around in circles, they keep going, and then eventually, because you've nudged them, you've pushed them, you want to extract what is the point of these 30 minutes. What is the essence of your being in front of us to give this narration? It must be clear. If you are in sales, people must get what it is, the value proposition you're bringing to the customer or to that prospect. If you're in health and safety, like you talked about, as you communicate, people must get the reason why they need to comport themselves in a certain manner. If there's a zebra crossing in the environment, there are some places that are marked with certain colors, and you have to walk down a particular path in order to get to where you're going. It must be clear that it's for your safety, it's for your well-being. We want you to leave this place the same way you came in one piece, that is. One reason why you get a lot of these agitations when you're communicating things that tend to carry an air of command to people, especially in a health, safety, environment situation, is because people don't get it. People don't get it. They don't get what it is that is being communicated. They feel they're being belittled. Most times it's because the first leg of eloquence fails. When such people come in and you're able to let them know, sir, as you know, this environment is littered with a lot of danger based on our operations and the logistical activity going on in here. Sometimes there could be equipment movement without notice. And because we want to prevent any unmitigated disaster, we have some safety procedures for your safety. They are precautionary, but it's because we want to be proactive. So based on that, everyone that comes in has to pass through this route for safety, for your safety. But when they show up and say, okay, we have a few safety tips. First, when you come in, go this way, go that way, go this way. What you're doing, you're just reading out. You're reading out data, and that data is lifeless as far as that audience is concerned.
Welcome to Speak with Power. Have you ever been to outings or events and people are being called upon to speak and they could not speak? The people who are being perceived as confident, all-powerful, they are being called upon to give a remark or two. And they can't. They become fidgety, they become sweaty, they become nervous, they become marshmallows, so to speak. Here I am today on the streets in Lagos, asking of people's opinion on why they think people are afraid of public speaking. My name is Damilola. Welcome again to Speak with Power. Ma, why do you think that people are scared of public speaking? Why do you think they're afraid of speaking in public?
In my opinion, I would say people are scared because basically the number one thing on ground, I think it's the root cause of it, because they are not well, people are not educated, they are not enlightened, and they are scared because not everyone can express he or herself. And so when you tend to ask people to talk, it's not everybody that really has that courage, that charisma, that self-esteem to come out and really speak or say their minds about things they know.
I think it's all about state of mind and state fright. What I would say about public speaking is that every human being has state fright. Every human being has state fright. But what you have to do is to work on it. Then, after working on it, one of the clues in which you can have confidence in speaking in public is to have the knowledge of what you are speaking about, and be confident. So when you have the knowledge of what you are talking about, what you want to talk about, it will boost your confidence. They say that preparation is the mother of confidence. So if you are well prepared, you will have confidence, then you will deliver.
Some people are afraid of speaking in the public because of shyness. Another thing is not being bold enough to face the crowd, to face public. Because you know, when you are speaking to a group of people, you'll be having what they call eye contact, and some people used to feel shy when they have eye contact with people, and some people are not composed. If you are not composed, you cannot speak to the public.
Anxiety, people are anxious, people are shy, people are unprepared, people are scared, nervous. Could be a combination of so many things.
They don't have this boldness spirit. Some people are very scared. They even in the midst of their family, they can't talk more about public where people are. So to me, maybe they are not bold enough.
Maybe they don't have confidence in themselves, you know, or that's what I call it. They don't have confidence in themselves, and they feel shy, you know, to speak in public. Maybe due to upbringing. You know, most students of nowadays, they don't like coming out to express themselves, and we as the parents, we don't encourage our kids to, you know, to be outspoken, you know, to express themselves either in the public or at home.
Everybody is trying to cover their kind of identity, because if they don't do that, if they go out or say anything that is against any other person in the public, they will definitely have to pay for it in one way or the other. This is Nigeria.
People are afraid of public speaking because, you know, in Nigeria, our own country is a place that if you speak the truth, either the law enforcement agents or whatever, they can come, you know, against you. So that is why a lot of people, when you ask them questions in public, they avoid a lot of things.
Most people are scared of camera, they are scared of facing the camera, and also inferiority complex, you know. So there are so many of them that they are just scared of crowd.
So there it is, you've heard it all. Join us again for another interesting episode of Speak with Power. Speak with Power was brought to you by the School of Eloquence, the home of public speaking. Bye-bye!
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how with West Africa's only certified speaking professional at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking for private coaching, or attend our 2-day practical training in public speaking at 47B Oduduwa Crescent, GRA Ikeja, Lagos. Classes hold Thursdays and Fridays every week. To register or for one-on-one coaching, call 0802 303 2066, 0706 160 6078, or log on to www.schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
My name is Kofi Idowu Noel, also known as Kofi the Guru, beast of comedy, Nigeria's most versatile entertainer, comedian, actor, singer, producer, entrepreneur, and a responsible human being. My first time on stage was not just a wake up, take a mic and go in front of an audience. We started very small, which is what I tell young people, start very small. You know, when you're in the midst of your friends that you play with, your confidence level is normal. And they are the first clients and the last clients. Take note of that statement. Your friends that you started with in a small gathering are your first clients, and then they are your last clients. By the fading days of your career, they're still the ones around there who say, oh yeah, you're an old man then, or you'll be fooling yourself in front of the young generation that will be like, what's wrong with this old man? But those your friends, because they know the story of how you started in that small parlor with them. From there gradually to the point where you now face the confidence level grew. It was not just wake up one day, there's this crowd in front of you, then you go and meet them and crack a joke. And then because I trained as a stage actor, facing the audience with your lines in your head, you had no choice but to deliver. There was nothing like take two. It's not a camera recording. It's not Nollywood. It's stage. So the combination of training as a stage actor and then having had experience from little gatherings just made it easy for me to stand in front of anybody as a comedian, as a public speaker, whatever I wanted to do in front of the people. 1,000 people, one person, it doesn't matter to me. But what is in my head to give to the person, I bring it on board and I deliver it. No fright. I've never had a stage fright, never. Before, during, or after the show, never. First things first, to get out of the inability to confront an audience is to be friends with the audience. Most people don't understand that they are the audience. You have this thing in your head you want to tell somebody, a total stranger that has never met you. They don't know you. So first things first, you have to befriend them. That's why you see when comedians come on stage, area, how are they now? It's a gradual cajole and build up. But because we're used to the formal ways of presentation in public, good morning ladies and gentlemen, it just makes it flat. Comedians don't do good morning ladies and gentlemen. We go a bit more personal. That's why you see some comedians will go, hey bros, how you doing? I see your head. They're just trying to warm up and be friends. So the first way to kill that phobia is to be friends with the people you want to speak with. That way, all barriers, all walls come down. When they see you as one of us, then they are ready, they are listening. You won't even know when you start flowing like a stream. You want to get done and they're like, no, it's not time for you to go yet. Continue, don't stop. Because they now feel that, this is our guy, he's talking. So, there should be no phobia if the audience... Do you know you speak easily in front of your family? So that's it. Make them your family. That's the only way. The audience should be your family, not a customers. Customers are total strangers who walk on by. But for an audience that needs to hear you over and over again, they have to be family. But when it comes to public speaking, though some is scripted, but it has to be applicable to certain subject matters. Now in entertainment, there is a lot to talk about. There is a lot to deal on. And then of course, most entertainers are not so eloquent enough to express themselves when it comes to public speaking. Some entertainers, when you watch their interviews, you will be shocked at their diction and their thought processes. You know, first things first, we think in our mother tongue. Okay, but because English is our major expression, except you were born and raised speaking English and thinking in English, I will think first in Yoruba, then apply it. Some persons will think first in Pidgin, then apply it. But because entertainment is generally accepted with a certain lingua, you're supposed to express yourself proficiently in that lingua. Okay, so the only way in entertainment where we can marry public speaking with what we do is to train people in the act of speaking thoughtfully, not only in their thought process, their mother tongue, but for the benefit of the job itself. You need to be able to express yourself in such a way that it carries you as an upright entertainer. It places you right. You know, I want to listen to Katy Perry now. I will not just hear some trashy talk. There's a way, even if she's caught in a drama, there's a way she's going to use words to pull herself out of that drama. But if it was a Nigerian with the same scenario, he would dust it off by just, because he doesn't understand the perception of using language well to express himself, to cover up defects. You know, we just speak and then we make slangs out of everything. We make games out of jokes out of everything. We just, they be now. You know, my people are not they be now. So. And they're like, actually, what I'm asking is, now my sister. Next question. And so we need a lot of entertainers to understand that there is need to enhance your thought processes for the sake of public speaking in entertainment, not just to entertain, but the way I speak, people sometimes I arrogantly say it at interviews. I just want you people to know that I'm very enlightened and educated. I say it with confidence. When I'm talking, people can tell that, oh, there's a difference between this guy and some other entertainers. I don't just use words. I use expressions that tell of depth and value. Okay, most entertainers, their value is in their craft, and they leave it at that. They don't emancipate themselves for the act of the public. They just do that into the work and let it go. When it now comes to the interview, you just feel it's the same thing that was in the work that has to be, it's two different worlds. They don't know. Public image presentation is different from my work in public. This is not Kofi the comedian. This is Kofi the public presentation person. I'm sending myself to the public as an eloquent and thoughtful person right now. Yes. But then when you pay me to come and crack jokes, I enter the element of Kofi Bagu, the comedian. So they need to understand these differences. It might be hard for them to want to go back to school, but then you can get training from like this place.
I hope you've enjoyed today's episode of the program Speak with Power, and you can now see how important it is that public speaking be taken seriously in order to avoid the embarrassment faced by the bland ambassador. If you've enjoyed the program, remember that you can also learn the skill, and at the School of Eloquence, we offer you all of the opportunities you require to learn the skill, to practice the skill, and to advance in your use of the skill of public speaking. Till I see you next time, I leave you with the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson when he said, "Speech is power. Speech is to persuade. Speech is to compel, and speech is to convert." The stage is yours. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Is Mrs. Imelda Ahunosuji. You can call me Madam Modesty. Please keep watching Achievement Channel.
Welcome to the maiden episode of Doctor's Orders, the Achiever's Prescription, right here on the Achievement Channel, and we are broadcasting from our studios at the School of Eloquence here in Lagos. My name is Ubong Isen. When I founded this channel over a year ago, one of the things that mattered the most to me as we focused on the quest to inspire people to become more successful, to achieve their dreams and to reach their potentials, had to do with health and well-being. And that was what led to the creation of this program, Doctor's Orders. And the vision of Doctor's Orders is to make sure that consistently there are prescriptions that can guide and support achievers on their determined quest to become even more successful and more accomplished. That is the essence of this program. It is very likely that after this episode, you might not be finding me on this seat anchoring the show, because on the Achievement Channel, we believe in experts leading the conversation, experts serving as anchors. And most likely, in subsequent episodes, you would actually be having two doctors, one as anchor and the other doctor as guests. And that's why this program is called Doctor's Orders, as they embark on the conversation about how achievers can keep their health in tip-top shape as they journey towards outstanding success. Because remember, in your body presently, that is the body you will be spending the rest of your life in. And your quest for success will also be determined by how well you take care of that body. When we come back after this break, I will take you further into what this program epitomizes or what this program represents, and of course, introduce our first guest. More to come.
Welcome to Doctor's Orders, brought to you from Achievement Channel.
Welcome back, Achievers. It's still Doctor's Orders, the Achiever's Prescription, and you are still watching the Achievement Channel. Now, this show is dedicated to helping high achievers like you. If you're an executive, a professional, you're an entrepreneur, an athlete, an artist, you name it. Remember, this program is not just about health. It's about giving you the tools, the knowledge, and inspiration to prioritize your well-being as a critical part of your success story. With that said, let's dive into today's topic. Dr. Daniel Olusegun Joseph, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure being here.
I know you doctors are used to giving orders. In fact, your prescriptions are like orders.
Right.
And it's a way of you saying to your patients that take this seriously.
Right.
Now I do have a couple of questions I want to ask you with regards to this very important subject matter. But let me start by finding out from you, since this is our maiden episode of this show, how important is health and well-being in the lives of the group of people that this channel caters to, hard chargers, people who are driven by the need to excel, to achieve, who tend to, as you would know from experience, burn the candle at both ends.
Right.
How important is health and well-being, and how important or how more important are doctor's orders?
Okay, fine. Thank you very much once again for having me, and I must say congratulations for such a very brilliant concept. I mean, to educate people. It's very, very important and very nice. How important is our health? Our health is as important as our existence. There is no way you can lead a good, productive life if you don't have sound health. And it is very, very important to the point that, everything around you centers on it. You are here today because your health is up to par. If you are, nursing one ailment or the other, if you were in the hospital, you won't be here, I won't be here. So our health is a major driver, is a currency, really, for, our well-being. Number one, is a currency for our achievements. It's a currency for everything we do, really. And without a good health, without sound health, productivity will be reduced. Not only that, the chances of having very high burden of illnesses, high burden of costs in terms of trying to treat one thing or the other increases. And these are major things in our world. So how important is our health is as important as our existence if we want to make anything meaningful out of life.
So for those who are high achieving, who care about the need to succeed, those who strive daily to build things, maybe they have dreams that they are pursuing in their careers, striving daily to be the very best at what they do, whether it's building a business or pursuing their careers to the very zenith. And you get to meet some of these types of individuals,
Right.
these A types, who care about excelling and being the best at what they do. We couldn't take this order or advice from you more seriously, it seems.
Yeah, fine. You can only achieve and excel if your health, is in agreement with you, so to speak. All right. So, if somebody is battling with a terminal disease, for example, and he has to go in and out of hospital, maybe for blood transfusion, for example, all right, or for chemotherapy or one thing or the other. Yes, he may really, really want to achieve, okay, and he may actually achieve some things, but he will find out that if his health were to be at the optimal, he will achieve more. So, this is extremely important with regards to high achievers. All right. If you want to really, really excel, your health must cooperate with you. And of course, you've got to nurse it well. All right. To make sure that you have a balance of the two, and then you can go for your goal.
So to a very large extent, optimal health can be seen as achievement?
Very well so. If you're nursing something that keeps cutting you down, keeps making you to cancel appointments and things like that, you want to go for example, you want to go for, a speaking engagement, and you wake up in the morning and your body says, oh, come on, I can't go anywhere. Or you start vomiting. You don't want to get there while presenting, you start vomiting. You've got to take care of that. You've got to call the people, call your doctor, and then call the people that you have appointment with. I'm sorry, I can't make this and this and this is happening to me. So, but if your health is, up to par, then you can go. You can deliver your speech. You can do whatever you need to do. So your health is extremely important. To shortchange it is to shortchange ourselves and shortchange our achievements, really.
So from your experience, do you find that a lot of very highly driven individuals shortchange themselves on health matters?
Well, I'll say that before it used to be, but with the increase in information, increase in knowledge and things like that, people are now beginning to find out that, look, I need to take care of my health. I'm sure that you have heard of cases of executives, high performers get to a place and slumps. You're in a board meeting and then you see this man that came in with, a whole of, health, so to speak, of life, and then before you know it, the person slumps. It's not only that the person slumps and dies, the shock, the horrors that it will send round the people that were there. It can only be imagined. The fact is this, I see, a lot of, executives and people like that, when they come, sometimes they call you and they say, please, I need to see you immediately. And you're like, what's going on? And when you eventually, have a time for them, and by the time they start, oh, this is happening, I keep having a headache, this and that and that, and then they will come out and say, well, I've just been driven to come see you because a colleague died yesterday, or a colleague died last week. We were just having a meeting and he slumped and died. And I'm like, wow, what's going on? I've been playing with my health all the while. So this is making people to get serious with their health. But we don't need to get there. You don't need to be prompted to seek, sound health or to seek for advice with regards to your health only when you see a tragedy. We should be, we should take ownership of our health. Okay, we should take ownership. We should be responsible enough to be able to know how to manage our health so that wholesomely we can move on and, be the best version of ourselves. Again, there is this saying that health is wealth. And it's a long, and it's still there. Health is wealth. I mean, if you look at the rising cost of, healthcare services, rising cost of drugs in our society, then you will know that health is really wealth. Okay, so to keep oneself healthy is actually one of the best investments that one can have.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And I have a statement here it was made by Benjamin Franklin. He said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Definitely.
He was an advocate for healthy habits and proactive wellness.
Definitely.
An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Definitely.
Meaning that it's far cheaper to prevent than to cure.
Yeah, okay? I mean, the adage is there for everyone. It's cheaper. Prevention is better. It's not only better, it's cheaper, than cure. Right. So, I mean, it just laid it the way it should be. Right. I mean, it may be speaking to intellectuals because, I mean, an ounce and this and that for the very may not be able to catch it. But prevention is better than cure. That's just what they have said. And it is not only better, it's cheaper and it's more rewarding.
It's more rewarding.
Yeah.
And then it makes me wonder why people, especially high flyers, do not take this to heart and they elevate their quest so highly above their well-being and forgetting that optimum achievement is indeed tied, from what you've said so far,
right,
to optimum health.
Right.
As far as we are concerned as human beings.
Yeah.
So what could be responsible for that? Is it that the need to be so successful becomes so intense and overwhelming that high achievers end up giving so much more of themselves without caring? Could that be the reason?
I think so. I think there are some people that, the passion of I need to get this done, I need to do this, I need to achieve this, consumes them, and then, they just relegate their health. Some people feel that they are machines in quote, but we are not machines.
Superman.
Yeah, supermen and superwomen. Yeah, but we are not. We just need to tell ourselves the truth. We're humans. I mean, you go 4 days, 2 days, 3 days without sleep, or just barely having 1 hour, 2 hours of sleep, and then you try to keep yourself active. You douse this, you take coffee, you do this. Your body will still demand from you that stuff. If you don't give it, your body will break down. All right? It's good. I mean, it's just natural. And that is why we need to focus. Yeah, nobody's saying that don't go for what you have to do. I mean, everybody should be diligent. I mean, it's no brainer that you should, push, you should do all those, but shouldn't be at the expense of your health. For example, somebody wants to go for a meeting. You know that you're going for a 3 days meeting or a 4 days meeting. You pack everything you need to pack and you forget your drugs. And you're hypertensive, you're diabetic. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Or the person is traveling for a week and you forget your drugs. And instead of getting those drugs when he or she gets there, he goes for all the meetings. He refuses to take the drugs. And then maybe the last day, here comes stroke knocking or heart attack knocking. And then someone will say, oh, and he was full of life. Yeah, he was full of life to the extent of, being responsible to maintain that life. It's what you cultivate that will grow and will blossom. If we don't cultivate our health, it cannot blossom. And if there's something wrong with the health, there can be something wrong with every other thing. Because we are alive because of our health. Right? Now, if the health begins to ebb in quality, that person begins to die. It may not die instantly, it may not be, sudden death, but that person also, the quality of life begins to, depreciate, diminish, and the productivity, the achievement also reduces. He can delegate, fine, but the things he wants to do personally, he may not be able to do them. Okay, so it's extremely important. Yeah, high achievers, it's good, but please don't neglect your health. I've had a lot of patients that will say, oh, I forgot my drugs. In fact, what I tell patients is, if you are traveling, make sure you go with an extra 1 month, yeah, because you never, look at what happened during 2020 COVID-19. You're shut down. Anything can happen. You may not come back the day you want to. Maybe, oh, we need to do this, and you have to be there. And you are like, okay, you know what? I'm going to shift my journey by a week, by 2 weeks. If you have only taken the ones that you need for what you have proposed, now you have to add 2 weeks to it. What are you going to do? One of two things is, either you will not take those drugs, which are not good, or you'll go by, okay? And if you go out of the shores of our country, what you're going to be buying, at the rate you're going to be buying, will be extremely higher. All right.
So that's the price you pay.
That's the price you pay for being nonchalant. Right.
Fantastic. I think one of the things I would like us to discuss, we're going to go on a break shortly. So one of the things I'd like us to discuss, we still have the crux of our conversation, which has to do with how we manage immunity during these challenging and stressful times. What I would like us to quickly take a stab at is what attitudes we need to form to change this mindset of always relegating our health and well-being to the background. What needs to change in the world, in the ecosystem of hard-charging, well-driven, achievement-centric human beings who care about building empires, achieving great things, achieving their goals, reaching their fullest potential, but for some reasons pay a price, use their health and well-being as mortgage to secure their dreams. Can we achieve some balance? And I'd like you to hold on to that thought in terms of your response. When we come back, I'll take your thinking on that. Then we shall discuss further on immunity. All right, achievers, doctors' orders. We'll be right back after this break.
Do you feel terrified when speaking before a group? Are you stressed when asked to present? Do you bore people when speaking? Are you stuck with reading word for word? Do you forget your points? Are you shy and need confidence? How do you give a speech with polish? Learn how at the School of Eloquence,
the home of public speaking. Attend our practical training in public speaking. Call 0802 303 2066 or log on to schoolofeloquence.org.
School of Eloquence, teaching the world to speak.
Welcome back. It's still Doctor's Orders here on the Achievement Channel. And I've been having this very meaningful, insightful, and impactful conversation with Dr. Akinsoya Olusegun Joseph from the Lagos University Teaching Hospital. Welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
And I was trying to find out from you, what is responsible for this disconnect between the overwhelming quest for dreams and goals and achievements at the expense of health and well-being, and what needs to change? Because this is going to be your doctor's orders to high-achieving people who seem to be so consumed by wanting to build their empires, by wanting, like Alexander the Great, to think that how do I put it down? To think that a whole, let me borrow the Nigerian expression, a whole Alexander the Great, from what we've read, historical accounts, died as a result of malaria. If I'm correct, doctor. Think about it. A young man that had achieved so much, conquered the whole world, and wept for more worlds to conquer. And it took malaria to send him to his grave. And yet, he had so much potential to do more. That should be warning bells to high achievers. How do you speak to such individuals to never mortgage well-being for accomplishment, to strike that balance?
Fine. So the first thing I will say is prioritize your health. It is extremely important. You are drawing from it to do whatever you have to do. It's like, your account, you're drawing from it. All right. So, if you don't have an holistic view of it, an holistic grasp of it, you can allow it to slip by. So we need to prioritize our health. And when we say prioritize our health, whatever is going on, you need to keep thinking about your health. All right? There are people that they're not feeling too well. Today it's headache, tomorrow is this, the next time is this, and they don't want to go see the doctor. They won't even check their blood pressure. And these are very simple things that can be done.
And vital too.
Yeah. And then this person will just say, no, we're going for this, we're doing this, we're doing that. And before you know it, something will just crumble and everything is suspended. Everything is grounded. Sometimes it can lead to fatality, and then people begin to cry, oh, he was a nice man, or he was a nice woman. But he neglected or she neglected her health. So we need to prioritize our health. And what I mean by that is this: while you're doing everything you need to do, whatever will help you to maximize your health, you've got to give to it. So number one, you've got to eat well-balanced diet, not junks. A lot of people take junks because they don't have the time to sit down and take very healthy meals. The order for this is either meat pie or this, processed food and all of that, and then the sodas. We need to de-emphasize this. Many people, it will surprise you, don't take water. All right? They're on the go. They just feel that, I've not eaten today. I need some energy. Can you get me this soft drink? Can you get me this? Can you get me 5 Alive? Can you get me this and that? Meanwhile, we can actually do this. We can get these things fresh ourselves. Now, a lot of people talk about the fact that, our forefathers, where even at old age, they're still very strong. Why is it that, some, patients will come to me and say, doctor, I'm just 60 and my father is almost stronger than I am. Okay, your father did not live your kind of life. More.
But your father too did not accomplish.
Yeah, your father did not. Yeah, your father. Very true. We need to strike the balance. Your father did not accomplish as much as you've done, but your father, did not live your kind of life. All right, in the sense that, there's room for rest when it is needed. Okay, there's room for adequate rest. There's room for bonding with the family. There's room for a lot of things that we take as leisure nowadays. All right, so we need to prioritize our health, and we need to look at what we eat, what we drink. We need to give emphasis to rest. Not that you should those kind of people won't lazy around anyway, but you should still give time for rest. Sleep is extremely important. It resets our body. Some people don't have time for it. We need to do that. We need to make sure that anyone that is treating one medical condition or the other, make sure you give it some attention. In short, give it the utmost attention. If you are hypertensive, please check your vitals and take your drugs regularly. If you are diabetic, same thing, check your blood sugar and take your drugs, and abstain from things that will make the control to go bizarre. Okay, these are things that we need to do. And then go for your regular checks, the annual checks. Go for it. Discuss with your doctor. Very, very important. These are things we need to do. And then you need to exercise. Many people don't have time for it anymore. I'm trying to to carve out 5 minutes for myself. No, exercise, it's not for me. But
what about those whose work day by day carries sufficient activeness?
Right.
Do those ones still need to exercise?
Fine. So those who have a lot of activities in it, stress hormones are there to put your body, to put it under pressure, so to speak, under more pressure other than the physical activity. So instead of you benefiting maximally from your physical activity and your physical exertion, it will be reduced by the intertwine or the interplay of the stress hormones.
Well, that's quite revealing, and I think I have to make some changes personally, because I've often reasoned that if I'm very active at work day by day, it should de-emphasize the fixation on actually going out to do exercises. But now I see that there's a difference in terms of the stress factor that goes with while working and staying active, and the more relaxed
type
that goes with actually the leisurely dimension to it, where you get into a gym or you actually exercise using some of those equipment, making out time for yourself to sort of recreate while you work out.
Right.
That's quite something to take. Now let's move on with... All right, thank you very much for that, Doctor. Now before you leave, this is a very important question, and I know we will have an exclusive episode to discuss it in totality, but let's just hear from you of how... What's the question again? My head is... How we can boost... I want to catch it very well. How can we boost our immunity and stay healthy during this stressful time? Okay. So let's hear from you about how we can boost our immunity. I'm talking about high achievers. And stay healthy in these stressful times. And we are in very stressful times, especially in this country. And the stress or the stressors, I hope I'm right to use that word. The stressors are becoming more and more significant, especially for high achievers who see themselves pushing even harder this time in these moments in order to achieve their goals. How can we boost our immunity, or how can high achievers boost their immunity and stay healthy? Your 3 take-homes, your 3 orders, Doctor.
All right, fine. So I'll say number 1, make sure you eat healthy. You become what you eat. Make sure you eat healthy. And that is talking about, the balance diet we were taught in our biology and the rest, with more emphasis on fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
A lot of people don't do that. And then we need to de-emphasize the intake of sodas, of processed food, processed meal, and all of those. We need to de-emphasize them. All right? So instead of going for the pizzas, the this, the that, high calorie, high fat diet and co, we de-emphasize them and go for very healthy meals.
Okay.
Very, very important.
That's one.
2, we need to make room for exercise. We need to exercise. There is no way out of it. You want to be healthy, you want to stay, refreshed and cool. Give some time for exercise. Number 3, you need to rest. Okay. I know that is very difficult to prescribe to somebody who say, I've not done this, I've not
super
done
driven people.
Yeah, but you need to rest because really, if the body breaks down, sometimes it just recoils and you're like, you are hoping and praying. Let me survive this. Let me survive this. You can imagine somebody who, right in the middle of something, suffers a stroke and then loses one. You can imagine the trouble.
That's the end of all the dreams, all the quests to achieve greatness.
If he's able to survive it, fine. But then there will be damage.
Damage, that's right.
So please let us do that. Balanced diet.
Balanced diet, exercise and rest. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Doctor. I am sure those orders will be taken to heart by all of our wonderful high-achieving men and women watching the Achievement Channel. And we truly appreciate your coming to the show. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you very
me.
much. Really a pleasure.
Thank you.
There you have it. Those are your doctor's orders. This is the Achievement Channel, we do not take health and well-being for granted. It is a serious issue, very important in the total quest towards success and high accomplishment. Remember them, and God willing, next time when we come back, you get to learn a lot more to keep your health optimal in order to achieve at the highest possible level. My name is Ubong Essien, Nigeria's Mr. Motivator, asking you to please stay healthy.
Welcome to Achievement News on the Achievement Channel, your daily source of positivity in communication, where we don't just report the news, we celebrate achievements, inspire action, and empower you to reach your full potential. We're broadcasting live from our studios at the School of Eloquence in Lagos. Today, we have a packed show highlighting the diverse range of impactful events we've covered here on Achievement Channel, showcasing empowerment through skills, development, leadership, and national vision. We begin with a focus on skills development and empowerment. The CVL Employment Trust Fund recently held an event showcasing its commitment to equipping individuals with valuable skills. The event featured training classes in 3 key areas: electrical installation, digital marketing, and catering. A notable aspect of the electrical installation class was the presence of a determined young woman demonstrating a passion for breaking gender stereotypes in traditionally male-dominated fields. Our news team spoke with several students who shared powerful testimonies about how this initiative is transforming their lives and creating new opportunities.
What I want to say to LSCTF, CVL, and KTI is that you have really done well. Thank you for bringing up this opportunity for youths that are not empowered. We thank you, and we hope that you continue to do this great job for more of our youths out there.
So far in the journey, I've really learned a lot, starting from learning about the SEO, moving to email marketing, down to content marketing.
And so far here in CVL, LSCTF, and KTI, they have impacted me with soft skill and hard skill. And also, I have learned a lot of things that I did not even think I was ever going to learn.
I want to use this opportunity to say thank you to King's Trust International. I want to say thank you to Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. I want to say thank you to Center for Value in Leadership. And I want to use this opportunity to say to every young mind out there, this is the program you need to step up and become who you want to become.
In the realm of leadership, the CEO Summit 2025 took center stage. The 2-day summit themed Future Ready Leadership provided a platform for critical discussions on navigating the complexities of modern leadership. The summit commenced with a virtual session on Wednesday, April 2nd, featuring renowned thought leader like Professor Pat Utomi, who offered valuable insights into the qualities and strategies essential for effective leadership in the years to come. The in-person session on April 3rd, held at the 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos, featured prominent speakers who addressed key aspects of leadership. Mr. Rume Daniels delivered an impactful presentation on the CEO as a catalyst for societal and organizational growth, emphasizing the crucial role of business leaders in driving positive change. This was followed by Mr. Victor Gbenga Afolabi's address on innovating for sustainability. The CEO as a catalyst for societal and organizational growth, emphasizing the crucial role of business leaders in driving positive change. This was followed by Mr. Victor Gbenga Afolabi's address on innovating for sustainability. The CEO role in driving long-term impact, highlighting the importance of sustainable practices in corporate strategy. The session concluded with an engaging question and answer segment, fostering a dynamic exchange between speakers and attendees.
We've heard it over and over. To do the same thing and expect a different result is the definition of insanity, right? Yeah. So why are some MDs afraid to call the shots? Yes, we've seen extreme cases where some MDs are actually trigger happy with fire at will. But we have some very, very calm, empathetic bosses. And it's such an honor to have those bosses. I'm telling you, painfully some people take those kind of bosses for granted. Bosses who will not fire at will. Bosses who will temper, justice with the message.
In your opinion, do you think true leaders are born or could they be taught?
I think leaders are made. The environment, the people you meet, and the influences on your life determines. Everybody is born blank, so it's not like a talent. It's learned.
So, do you think leaders are born, or can they grow into the role of leadership?
I think my take to it will be two-pronged. Leaders can be born, and some can also grow into it.
Okay, do you think true leadership is inborn, or do you think it can be taught?
I think that true leadership can be taught. There isn't any kind of nurturing that you require that you cannot get. The idea, however, is to be able to get the correct people to teach it and for you to be able to imbibe it and impact it on others.
Now let's dive deeper into the Bullion Lecture 2025. This year's event, a hallmark of intellectual discourse on economic development, was themed Architecting the Energy Sector for Nigeria's 1 trillion economy vision. The event commenced with the arrival of guests, followed by formal introductions. The proceedings began with the national anthem, setting a tone of national significance. Mr. Ernest ABM Afar, chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Center for Financial Journalism, delivered a welcome address emphasizing the importance of the lecture's theme. Mrs. Tolulope Longe, National President of Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, and chairman of the Bullion Lecture 2025, provided opening remarks, setting the stage for the day's discussions. A special guest of honor, Chief Adebayo Adelabo, the Minister of Power, also offered remarks highlighting the government's perspective on the energy sector. The guest lecturer, Professor Bat Naji, founder and Chief Executive Officer of Geometric Power Limited and former Minister of Power, was introduced by the Master of Ceremonies, Sir Azu Arinze, publisher of Yes International. Professor Naji then delivered a comprehensive lecture on architecting the energy sector for Nigeria's 1 trillion economy vision, providing in-depth analysis and recommendations. A panel discussion followed, featuring Dr. Ogo Okiti, CEO of Think Business Africa and convener of the Africa Business Convention, and Mr. Victor Okoronkwo, Group Managing Director of ITO Eastern Exploration and Production Company Limited. The panelists offered diverse perspectives on the challenges and opportunities within Nigeria's energy sector. The event also featured a question and answer session, allowing for audience engagement. The lecture concluded with the presentation of plaques to the resource persons, acknowledging their valuable contributions. Mr. Ray Echebiri, CEO of the Center for Financial Journalism, delivered the vote of thanks. The national anthem was then played, and guests were invited to a refreshment session. We also celebrated outstanding achievements at the 2024 Vanguard Personality of the Year Award. The evening was a celebration of excellence, recognizing individuals who have made extraordinary contributions to society. The event began with the arrival of guests and the observance of introductions and protocols. The national anthem set a dignified tone for the evening. The editor of Vanguard Media delivered remarks highlighting the significance of the awards and the recipients' accomplishments. The highlight of the night was, of course, the presentation of awards. The awards were interspersed with entertainment interludes featuring performances that added to the celebratory atmosphere. The pinnacle of the evening was the presentation of the Personality of the Year and Good Governance Award, recognizing exceptional leadership and societal impacts. Mr. Adekunle Adekoya, Deputy Editor, delivered the vote of thanks, expressing gratitude to all those who celebrated to the success of the event. The evening concluded with a final entertainment performance. At Achievement News, we are committed to bringing you stories that highlight the diverse paths to success and the individuals and initiatives that are shaping a brighter future. This event exemplifies the spirit of achievement and the power of collective vision. This is what Achievement News is all about, celebrating the power of human potential and transformative impact of dedication and the unwavering belief in a brighter future. Join us in celebrating this achievement and in striving for your own. Don't miss out on more uplifting stories like this one. Hit the subscribe button on the Achievement channel and join a growing community of dreamers, achievers, and change makers. Be the first to hear the news that motivates, stories that empower, and insights that elevates. Also visit our website at www.achievementchannel.com for more. See you next time on Achievement News, where every story is a step towards empowerment. My name is Comfort Edonise Basi. Thanks for watching.
Success is not just about what you do, but how you show up. Your style speaks before you do. Style is confidence, and confidence drives success. From the boardroom to the runway, your presence matters. Welcome to Style to Success, where fashion meets ambition. Your journey to success starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel. Follow us at Achievement Channel for more style and success insights.
Hello, and welcome to Style to Success, the show where style meets strategy on the journey to professional excellence. I am your host, Ayodele Oluwole, and you are watching Style to Success on the Achievement Channel, Nigeria's 100% motivational TV station, broadcasting from the iconic School of Eloquence studio right here in Ikoyi, Lagos, Nigeria. On this program, we spotlight bold, stylish, and visionary individuals who have turned personal flair for appearance, creativity, and communication into remarkable success stories. Today's guest is someone whose journey perfectly embodies the spirit of the show, Akinpelumi Akinboye, a seasoned communication expert, prolific content creator, and founder of one of Nigeria's most visited gospel music platforms, BelieversCompanion.com. With over 48 million monthly visitors and 600,000 plus loyal podcast listeners, he is not only a digital media powerhouse, but also a testament to how strategy, creativity, and style can drive outstanding achievements. Akinpelumi Akinboye, you're welcome to Style to Success.
Thank you so much, Ayodele. It's a pleasure to be here.
And I like to say that you look dapper as usual.
Oh, thank you. I can say the same thing about you.
So let's take it back. Let's take it back to the beginning of how you started, your content channel and all. So I like to say that you built a personal, and professional brand. So please take us back. What are those things that sparked your interest, in this communication and media, sector that you have ventured into?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's a brilliant question. You see, my journey into this started from a point of pain. What do I mean? Back in secondary school, I gain admission into a particular institution. You know, back in our days, you know, these days when you write JAMB and the rest of it, you get an SMS, you are notified about your admission. But ours, during our time, was not like that. You had to go to the school to go and check your name if you've been admitted. So I lost an admission due to lack of communication. And I vowed that I would never be in that position again. And of course, I was passionate that nobody should be in that position again. That led to the creation of my first blog called School News Nigeria. I think I was 16 at the time. So that was the beginning for me.
Wow, that's a good one.
Yeah.
So that's really incredible, I must say. Many people consume content, but not many build empires out of it. So what was your vision when you created believerscompanion.com?
You see, my passion for gospel music led to the creation of Believer's Companion. However, I was not as passionate as I am now when I started. What really happened was back in the days, you know, people buy CDs to listen to music. So back then I was in the Polytechnic, Osun State Polytechnic, and the choir at the time wanted a song that they've of course purchased the CD, but the CD was giving them problem. And someone said, oh, why not put this song on your blog so we could download it and listen and then rehearse it. So it occurred to me that, okay, I could do that. I know a couple of other blogs who promote secular music. Why can't I just put this song for them to download? So that led to the creation of the first one. So my passion for solving problem, everywhere I find myself, had always led me to channel my ability to do things, and that exactly led to the creation of Believer's Companion. First of all, of course, I love listening to gospel music, but at that time there was a problem. This choir needed to rehearse the song. Everybody needs to listen to the song at the same time. The CD was not working. I have a blog already, like I mentioned. I started School News Nigeria when I was quite young, and the opportunity came for me to put up a song for them to download and listen to and rehearse. So I went ahead and do that. And in less than a week or two, I saw that over 40,000 people had downloaded that song on my blog. And I said, wow, so people are actually looking for gospel music. So that led to the creation of Believer's Companion from scratch.
Wow, good one. Yeah. Impressive. Well done, my brother. Yeah. Well done. So let's talk about style. We're not just talking about fashion.
Yes.
You know, now we're talking about, you know, your charisma, your confidence, how you carry yourself. How do you think that has helped, you know, your success and credibility?
You see, there's a popular phrase that says, you are dressed the way you're dressed, right? I strongly believe that your appearance is your first handshake. I mean, especially when you're walking into a meeting, the first thing people observe about you is your style, is what you're wearing. Before you even speak a particular word, they've assessed you based on how you present yourself. And your style goes beyond what you're wearing. Also, how you carry yourself, how you coordinate yourself, how you interact with people. All these define your style and directly define who you are. So I think style is very important in everything you do, especially if you are in an industry where you interact with people a lot. You have to you have to look at your style and pay more attention to your style.
Good one.
Yeah.
Interesting. And I think that's quite insightful. So I think it's now safe to say that, you know, the way you appear can have a lot of influence on, you know, the places you find yourself, on the doors that will be open to you, on the opportunities, you know, that will be around you in whatever you do. So it's a good one. Well done.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to the next question. Okay. And the next question will be, you know, now behind the scenes. Let's talk about behind the scenes. Let's get real. So what are those daily routines, some discipline that you've imbibed into yourself, you know, that you think has really helped the growth of your brand?
That's a very brilliant question. You see, we celebrate success without discussing the discipline that brought this person to this level. You see, growing up, I want to say a special thank you to my mother for ensuring that some principles, some discipline were introduced to us at a very young age. You know, like for example, up to today, I still wake up every day by 4:30 a.m. It's by default because I'm used to it, because my mom ensure that we wake up early to do our responsibility, to carry out our responsibility before we step out every day. So because I wake up that early, I have enough time to prepare for my day, to make sure that I do. For example, up to today, I still look for stories of gospel musicians to tell through my blog. I have a 9 to 5. So when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I want to do, of course, after praying, is to write about the gospel musician I want to promote at that particular, maybe throughout the day or until so time. You know, people pay and say, oh, please talk about my song for so number of time or for today or whatsoever. So I have enough time to plan that, to strategize, to come up with content that I can share with my team to say, today, this is what we are doing. So I have time, enough time in my hand to plan and to get my day ready. And of course, when you're at work, you know, you're at work, you face your work squarely. But after work, because I am used to it, it's easier for me to blend into it, do more work before I sleep. I watch TV, of course. I watch a lot of movies. You know, I watch movies. I have time for all these things because I have planned it, because I have done it over and over and over. Okay, this time I am updating my blog. This time I am looking for stories to tell. This time I am engaging with people. This time I am interviewing people. This time I am training my staff. This time is my leisure time. I have a family, I have a wife, I have a beautiful daughter, which I spend quality time with. So because I have been able to plan these things, it was easy for me to play all these roles without conflicting one another. So that discipline, that ability to plan, to wake up early, to do the things I need to do without thinking about, of course, it's difficult sometimes, but you just know where you're going to, you know where you're going to, and you know what you want to achieve. And because of that, you have enough time to do all these things, to function in all these roles effortlessly.
A good one. So it's safe to say that this discipline that you have imbibed in yourself has really helped you to be consistent for over 13 years in the communication and media space.
Yes.
So that's really impressive.
Thank you very much.
Viewers, we'll be right back after this short break to hear more insightful stories from Akinpelumi Akinboye. Stay tuned.
Again, my name is Dr. Edward Bush, one of the co-founders and president-elect of AMEN. That stands for the African American Male Education Network and Development. I want to give a big up and a big shout out to the Achievement Channel for all the great work that you're doing, motivating and inspiring the young people of Nigeria. Keep up the outstanding work, Achievement Channel.
I'm Herb English. I am the president of the African American Male Education Network. Big shout out to the Achievement Channel. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing here and abroad. Thank you so much.
Eloquence focuses attention on the message and the audience.
I found it very interesting and exciting, engaging.
It was very beneficial.
Definitely would learn a lot, a whole lot. Thank you. The delivery was second to none. Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Speak with power.
Starts with confidence. This is Style to Success, only on the Achievement Channel.
So, Akinpelumi Akinboye, you've studied at Osun State Polytechnic, Bowen University, Michigan State University, and you are currently pursuing an executive MBA at the prestigious University of Lagos Business School. So, how has formal education shaped your, success?
That's a very brilliant question, and I think I'll dwell on it a bit because, a lot of our people say school na scam. My brother, school no be scam, and I will explain. You see, as an individual, anytime you have the opportunity to get knowledge, please get it, whether formal or informal, because knowledge goes beyond the four corners of a school. Now, while I was at the Polytechnic, I mentioned earlier that I lost an admission due to lack of information. Now, I've always have passion for media and for communication. But for whatsoever reason, God knows how He does these things, I found myself in science class which of course automatically led me to study computer science at Osun State Polytechnic, Ire. And after that, I continued to improve on myself by pursuing a BSc degree at Bowen University, just because, you see, I'm someone that I'm relentless when it comes to seeking knowledge, and I always ask questions. Now, why did I say that? You know, I mentioned that I have a 9 to 5. As a Polytechnic student where I was working, the difference was very clear between HND holders and BSc holders, and I am someone that I'm very passionate about myself, about my growth, and I always want to grow. So because of that, I said, okay, I'm going to get a BSc degree so that I could be in a better position to earn more, right? That was the drive. So I got a BSc degree, and I look at myself, I said, you know what, I need a master's degree. And after a master's degree, I said, oh, you know what, I need to learn business, because now Believers Companion started out of just hobby. It was just a hobby. Do you understand what I mean? It was just a passion. But as the platform continues to grow, I see the reason to learn the business part of doing things, and that led to pursuing a degree at the University of Lagos Business School, which of course has opened my eyes and my mind to see things from a different perspective. So to answer your question, I think education plays a very important role in whatever you're doing. Even if you're a tailor, even if you're a mechanic, you need education. It gives you a different perspective. It opens your mind and your eyes to so many opportunities that might be passing you just because you don't know. Not because you don't know how to do it, but because you don't know that you can do it this way to even achieve more. So education has played a key role in what I'm doing, and I'm grateful to God for the opportunity to have been able to pursue all these degrees, and I've been able to learn and apply.
So now let's move to the next one. 48 million monthly website, visits, and about 600,000 plus podcast listeners. That's really huge. So I just like to know, how have you been able to achieve engagement, at that huge scale?
Thank you very much. You see, sometimes even when I check the statistics, I'm quite surprised, but I think success have footprints. There are ways to explain how this had come to be. You see, back in secondary school, there are some things I didn't mention. There are some things I have done. For example, in secondary school, I used to write notes for my mates. So I used to get their phone number so I could call them to come and get their notes. So I was gathering database from secondary school, and I never knew I was gathering database, right? So back in the Polytechnic, I happened to be someone that a lot of people are friendly with. I'm friendly with a lot of people, especially in my church. Like I mentioned, my choir needed a song, so I gave them a song. So a lot of people, when they need help, come to me, and I help them probably to solve a problem, do their assignments, or get them whatever help. I just happen to be someone that I'm passionate about helping people, right? So because of that, a lot of people became my friend. So in becoming my friend, of course, we exchange numbers. So I have your phone number. So after secondary school, NYSC, I was fortunate to be the president of the sanitation unit of NYSC in Ikoyi here. And of course, everybody wants the phone number of the president, so I have access to the database. Now, on my website, or even up to today, any song I'm writing about, I always end it with, if you want me to share gospel music with you every day, kindly send me a message on WhatsApp. So I put my phone number there for people to reach out to me. So all this that I have mentioned are giving me an access to a large pool of database. So I thought to myself, how can I utilize this to my advantage? So I sent a message out that if you want me to send you gospel music every day, kindly respond to this message. A lot of people responded, and for the past 6 years I have been sharing gospel music to all my content on WhatsApp every day, one every day. And because I am doing that, a lot of people who love gospel music continue to tell their friends about me, who continue to send me message, and my database continues to grow. And in doing that, I have been able to keep them together, feed them something that they love, gospel music, every day. And anytime I post something on my blog or record a podcast, I share the link to them to say, kindly listen to my interview, or kindly listen to the podcast that I have made. And they listen, they love it, they share with their friends, and their friends share with their friends. And most of them follow me. On Instagram, for example, I have over 100,000 followers. On Twitter, I had over 40,000 followers. So all these people got to know me from the little things that I do every day that contributed to the growth of the platform. So when I put out a tweet, or I put out a blog, or I put out a podcast, and I send out the link, and 20,000 people are listening in less than 30 minutes or an hour, it's not because of a special thing that I have done. It's because of the work that I have put in, the database that I have gathered over the years, the people that knows me, that know that, okay, if you follow this person talk about gospel music, this person review songs, this person bring gospel musicians to interview, this person do podcasts that can improve my life, they listen and they share with their friends. So these are my strategies. These are the ways that I've been able to gather an audience for my platform.
Good one, Akinpelu.
Thank you.
I must confess, this has been an insightful time with you. So, for aspiring YouTubers, media practitioners, content creators, what would you say are those non-negotiable factors for success in this field?
Put in the work. You have to put in the work. There's no shortcut to success. You see, discipline and determination, they work very well. Success have footprints. If you follow people who are successful, and don't mistake success for fame. Fame is not success. Now, if you're somebody that you are passionate about impacting lives, changing lives, whether you are famous or not does not matter. The most important thing is last week you were able to impact 10 lives. This week you are doing 20 lives. That's success already. So fame is not success. You see, I always say this everywhere I find myself, that you see the house of fame and the house of shame, they are neighbors. They live very close to each other. The only thing that separates it is just grace. So if you chase fame, as humans, Yoruba people have a proverb. They say, "Kò sí bí o ṣe fẹ́ rìn, kò sí bó ṣe fẹ́ mọ̀ rìn, kó rí má mì." That is, there's no way you will live your life without making mistakes. If you pursue fame and you make life mistake, that is normal, even the little ones that are normal. Because of the fame, it will become a big deal that can affect your journey, that can affect your brand. So why not focus on impacting life instead of chasing fame? So I will advise young people who want to create content, who want to become a YouTuber or a podcaster, please focus on the goal. And your goal is to educate people. Your goal is to help people become better. Your goal is to become better at your own craft. So those should be your focus, not numbers. Fine, it has been mentioned that, I have over 40 million people that come to my website and listen to me on my podcast every month. Those things are good, but those things are not my focus. My focus every day is to give you a better experience. When you come to Believers Company, I want you to live with a positive impression. I want you to be able to tell your friends about it. So when you do that, the numbers grow. But growing the number is never my focus. Of course, it's good. I want you to also check me out on all my platforms, but that shouldn't be the focus.
This is such an inspiring story.
Thank you.
So let's talk confidence.
Yeah.
You've worked, you operated across Spotify, Boomplay, YouTube, and several other media. So how were you able to develop confidence? How did you develop confidence to cut across these platforms and come out confident and speak up confidently?
If you know me very well, you know I'm a very shy person. I'm the kind of person that if you have a crowd, you would probably find me just in my space. I would just be in my space. I'm a very shy person. But when it comes to talking to people, facing crowd, I don't know. It's an inbuilt thing. It's an inbuilt thing that has been developed over time. You see, I grew up as a Baptist. And if you are a Baptist, you can testify that from the tender age of 5 or even 4, you face the church to read your memory verse. We call it Sunbeam. From Sunbeam, you move to the Royal Ambassador and things like that. So you face the church. The whole church is looking at you, and you are expected to say your memory verse, your Bible verse that has been given to you to study, So from that tender age, I have been exposed to facing crowds, to deliver my lines without fear, So because I have done that from a very tender age, it's very easy for me now. It's not really easy, but it's an inbuilt thing that's become part of me to come on stage and just face the audience and deliver my speech or whatever thing I'm talking about. And once I am done, once I step out, the shy man is available for you to pick on again. I'll just look for a corner and just I'll just be there. Except to talk to me, I'll probably not say hello, except when I'm networking, of course. And those were the ways that I've been able to grow myself to face an audience and to grow in confidence over the years.
Good one.
Thank you very
So
much.
talking about young professionals in your field, you know, how do you think the young professionals can build a brand that it's outstanding like yours?
All right, thank you very much. That's a good question. I think it's a question that everybody can relate with. And the truth is this: put in the work. Put in the work. Forget fame. Like I mentioned, forget fame, forget money. You see, value attracts money. Value attracts money. If you give value, if you solve problem, money will chase you. You won't need to chase money. So I would advise the young professionals, if you are interested in growing a platform, if you are interested in creating something that can outlive you, I would advise that you should focus more on solving problems. That is the best way. The more problem you solve, the more relevant you are, and the more money you make.
Good one.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure that's a whole lot of people who can relate with that. And they want to listen to such a deep advice from someone like you. So we move on to the last question. And this has to do with legacy.
Okay.
With everything you have built,